game started. And let's begin. In 3, 2, 1, go. Question about whether the difficulty changes the encounter rate? No. Does not affect anything in the game itself for that. Let's see. Alright, we got all the auto stuff on. Let's do memory cursor. Definitely want fast text speed. I don't think we have to do any controller modifications. Stereo on. Let's turn vibration off and admire our 0% bestiary here. That will be filled up with many beasts as we go through this adventure. Three rapiers, one hammer. I'm pretty sure you all start with the staff, so that is an upgrade for you. Over here we will need to get 3 chainmail armors. Notice that's a little bit cheaper than the NES prices. And I guess we'll get Cure 1 for Dan here. Do we get him a Harm 1? They'll probably need it. Put that on there as well. To defeat the Vorpal Sword, you will never defeat the Vorpal Sword. It is too powerful. But you can. Go talk to the king. This is a little bit different than the NES version. You start off meeting the King of Canaria, and it actually prevents you from leaving town. So, unless you go right to Temple of Fiends without doing any shopping, there is no way to skip this cutscene, and I wouldn't really recommend going right to Temple of Fiends without gear. It is probably a bit slower than just having to do the cutscene. Alright, gear-wise, should be able to just optimize everybody. Looks good, and you'll see me use these memo saves constantly throughout the game. It's the fastest way to deal with a lot of encounters that you're going to experience. You don't want to fight something. Running away is kind of slow in this game, so skipping is usually better. I love that it should have been chainmail. Let me check to make sure it is correct for what it optimized to. Interesting about leather armor. Whatever. We'll get the chainmail when I come back. Goblin guards are grimps, yes. And these are the regular imps. So we've got 2 monsters down. No running on the world map is sad. Fortunately, you do get to dash in dungeons. So it is quite a bit faster than the NES version in that regard. Alright, we're likely to find anything else out here. There is Wolf and Mad Pony in this zone. Should be able to get Creep as well. Just trying to think about whether there's anything worth going after here before we take the trip up there. Hey, Tiny Pyramids, welcome in. Grape imps! Well, I have not licked these particular imps to confirm the flavor, but they certainly look grapish to me. There's a wolf. Alright, 3 monsters done. This is probably the last of the easy ones to get in this zone. The ones up in the north close to Temple of Fiends probably more likely to have that Mad Pony show up. Does the attack rate change in this version? I believe that it is still the 50, 25, 12.5, 12.5, but I think that they did fix a very small bug. in the targeting rate. On the NES version, it's off by like a 1/32nd on the 4th character slot. And I think it is now correct on this version. This will also be our last fight before we get our level 2. So I'll have a little bit of extra juice for the Temple of Fiends trip. Excellent. Level 2's guaranteed strong HP. In this version of the game, you can randomly get strong HP even when it's not scheduled. Let me see if I can get the right armor types here. Yep, I've only bought leather armor. Well, let's see if I can actually afford to upgrade all of those. Definitely want to upgrade yours. We'll see if we can upgrade yours. Yeah, it'll work out. Much rather have the 15 defense of the chainmail than the 4 defense of the leather. This is wood armor in the NES version. Yeah, 3 of those, that's better. Yeah, this version you don't get to start with gear at the beginning. GBA gives you a couple of pieces of gear right away, which means that you can pretty much begin with nothing and be okay. It also looks like we have not enough money for the inn. All right, I'm gonna get an inn trip worth of cash, and then we're gonna go to the Temple of Fiends. I need $11. This version is very much in between the NES version and the later remakes. You'll notice it's a lot closer to the NES version than all the ones that came after it. GBA is where things really started to dramatically change as they introduced items from later games in the series, lots of convenient features. This one keeps it pretty basic. And the things that are different are mostly that the bugs are being fixed. So spells like Temper and Saber work correctly, and all kinds of other things that need improvements. By the way, there is our Solo Thief playthrough, which is the last time that we did the PlayStation version. That was good times, and I highly recommend that you never ever try that at home. Being rude. Is the thief any better in this version of the game? No, it's actually worse, Tiny Pyramids. I know that is hard to believe, but that thief was really bad. Particularly on Astos. After Astos, it does get much better. The biggest thing for the end of the game is that you can use the Power Glove, and so once you get to like the Sea Shrine, it's a lot better. But it's actually worse for the Astos fight in particular. Now, the other nice thing is that you can save your game anywhere that you want in all of the remakes. And so the tough boss battles that you have in a lot of the late game dungeons really aren't the same kind of challenge. But oh boy, is Astos a challenge. Let's see if we can get that creep or that mad pony here. Not sure quite how much time I should spend on the monster farming, as opposed to just knocking out the game objectives at first. Because probably once we get some levels, we'll be able to blaze through the encounters much more quickly. And that will let you kind of chew through all of the encounters that you need to find the fights. Yeah, why don't we go ahead and take out that garland. and take home that princess. Now, one thing they did introduce in this version of the game is random enemy drops. So you'll occasionally see enemies give you an item, like Garland's got a rare drop of a long sword. But they're uncommon enough that you're not really going to notice it. Hey, good Garland. With that, we're going home. How hard is it to obtain this version of the game? It's pretty cheap, Deadite Lord. It is part of the Final Fantasy Origins collection, which gives you both Final Fantasy 1 and 2, and they printed a lot of copies of it. There is our loot obtained. It is impossible to go lootless in this version of the game. You must take the loot, want it or not. Most useful drop is the early ice shield from the Furwolves. Yeah, if you're up at Peninsula Power, you can get the ice shield there. Realistically, you're not going to really get anything super major from the drops. Although I do think the long sword is probably the one that's like most practical to get. It's also pretty practical to talk about this outrageously true and outrageously new Agama fact. Thanks to all the hard work by the Agama Research Society and thanks to viewers like you, we have just now discovered that reclinable Agamas are covered in stale pitch to discourage small children. And that is something important that you should know about. Go ahead and grab a couple of pure potions. We're going to actually be fighting poisonous monsters, unlike what most playthroughs would do, just to reset if they got something that was poisonous. We need to take on one of everything. New for 23 bucks. Yeah, I'd expect like a used copy to be somewhere around 20 bucks for it. And I know that they kept printing these for many, many years. Like, more than a decade after the PlayStation was no longer a thing. You could still go to Square's website and buy, I think, all of their PlayStation re-releases. So like this game, the Anthology Collection of 5 and 6, the foreign Chrono Trigger Collection, so none of those are like super rare games. They also kept selling Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 for a really long time. And for a brief period, some of those PlayStation games started getting more expensive, but they really shouldn't be. Like they are printed so hard that it is very, very easy to pick up a copy. Am I going to play the 15 puzzle? Yes. A nice purple. It gets even better because in the remake redesigns of this screen actually has a transition effect going from sunrise to like daylight. So I definitely recommend checking out like the GBA version for how they further tweak this. Did they reprinted Xenogears around the time? I don't remember Xenogears getting reprinted. I know they did like all of the main Final Fantasy games though. But yeah, you could basically order them off the Square's website for many, many years. And while Square charges a lot of money for shipping, it is still much cheaper than most other games from that era as a result. Alright, so what's around here? Should be able to get Creep, Gerwolf, probably Spider. You get further over, you might start seeing some ogres. Not gonna go up to Matoya's cave, the heal and pure potion's just not worth it here. Alright, there is all things that we already have. Did not come with Gerwolf. Hey, Akiko, welcome in. Again, congratulations on being our Season 18 champion here. I am sure you will do well tonight, especially with the direct and careful guidance of Senior Light Warrior Dan, who will show you the ropes. There's Mad Pony Dun. And they still have copies. So a PlayStation disc is just a CD, which means that they are really easy and cheap to make new ones of. So unlike a cartridge game, which have like molds for the cases and circuit boards you have to assemble, making new CDs is quite easy. And while most companies haven't bothered to do it for whatever reason, because I'm pretty sure they don't make tons of money off of these, Square has been very good about supporting this particular generation of games. I'd say they've also done kind of okay on some of like the DS titles. They did a lot of reprints of DS games long past when DS games stopped really selling. But I don't think that you can get like a brand new copy of most of their DS or 3DS titles at this point. Our today's job is random. Nope. This is a party that we actually want to play with tonight. Hey, Arakashi, welcome in. Did Final Fantasy 3 have a PS1 remake? No. Final Fantasy 3 was not part of this. It was not until the PSP and the DS that Final Fantasy 3 got English translations and releases. Final Fantasy 7 was still rare. No, Final Fantasy 7 has come back down in price. There was a surge of buying when Final Fantasy 7 Remake came out, but now that that has kind of faded, it is back down to around $20 like most of the other games of that era. Just because I don't fully trust Dan, I'm gonna go ahead and in up before the pirates. We should be good here. Hey, Straight Out of Melmont. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 35 months. Hope you enjoyed tonight's full Bestiary playthrough. And how many monsters are in Melmont? I think if we slay Melmont, we just automatically win the game. Vicky, we got a ship. How long is the 100% Bestiary run estimated to be? I'm gonna guess probably somewhere between 6 and 7 hours. I don't think we have tried all Bestiary on the PlayStation version. I did it on the GBA version a long time ago, but there are many, many differences between pretty much every one of the remakes of this game. So it's tough to compare for the different things that you have to do. Good biggie fight, and with that, Bicky has fallen. We got a boat. And with the boat, that means we are getting some 15 puzzle action in here. I'm going to be doing this to raise money so that we don't have to spend a long time grinding or picking up lots of treasure chests. And this will be our easiest way to get large amounts of cash. Just have to get a lot of first place finishes on the 15 puzzle. Let's go. So I want to be finishing this in about 58 seconds, I think. So I actually want to take our time a little bit here. And just chill out for a bit. So the reason I want to finish with more time than I have right now so I can get more first place finishes after this one. It's 50 seconds. 54, 55, 56, 57, we'll call 58 good there. So that's a first place finish. And that is 10,000 bucks for the new record. All right, do that again a couple more times and we will have enough money to do all of our shopping for a long, long time in this game. Big thing is going to be to get our spells, and unlike the original, some of the remakes do have a gate on when you can start buying spells. I don't think this version cares because it still uses the spell slot system. So we should be able to get pretty much everything right away and just wait until we have enough levels to make use of it. Happy with 2 or 3 minutes. Usually when I'm doing these I shoot for like around 30 seconds or so. So putting it up at like above 50s gives me plenty of wiggle room depending on how many of these completions that I need. 4, 5, let's do 56 for this one. Here's another 10,000 bucks. Go for 54 next. Silver swords for everybody. Well, at least our fighter's gonna want a silver sword. We want to get the mages, those Fire 2 and Lit 2 spells. Because we're playing on normal difficulty, we're not gonna get as much money as if we play on easy mode. So it will cost us a fair bit to get all the gear, but you still have a little bit of a discount compared to the original NX version. This is the most similar, but it's not quite 100% the same. And generally that means they have made things, just into fixing the bugs, a little bit easier to finish a lot of the stuff that you need to do. Actually, that's not going to finish. Go for 52 here on this one. All right, another 10,000 bucks down. This will be 50 seconds. Might be good for that for a while. I'll do one more after this. Trying to guess how much money that we're going to need for this particular party when we're also going to be killing lots of things, so we'll probably get more gold than normal. Just have to make a little bit of a guess on what our expenses are going to be like. And just in case we want to do more later, I'll leave this at, let's do it at 45 seconds. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. All right. Money's now pretty good. Go ahead and do some shopping here. Let's see. Second tier black magic. We're going to get the temper spell. Don't think we really need ice one. May get the cure spell for those red mages at some point. Just so they got something else to do with those first tier slots. How long does it take to learn how to do the puzzle? I would say within an afternoon you should be able to get pretty good at it. Learning like the key techniques is not that difficult to kind of push through. I think we're gonna need a lot of tents here. Yeah, we'll get a couple cabins. They did rename all of the usable items, so the tent is now called the sleeping bag. The cabin's now called the tent, and the house is called a cottage. It's inflation. It just keeps eating away at your value. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. Yeah, the big things to kind of grasp with the 15 puzzle are just like really easy techniques for getting like the first two lines locked in, and then how to deal with that bottom left-hand corner of the last couple of squares, and then you're pretty much good to go, because the bottom right-hand corner is going to fall into place at that point. Get some more cures. I might even do like some ruses, but I don't think we'll need them. Now, the original NES was 50. Yeah, the original version was just kind of a little gimmick. Didn't really do much for your party, but it is a pretty significant thing for the remakes on the 15 puzzle. This one gives you a lot of money as reward, but starting with GBA, it gives you a lot of really useful items. So they're often used in speedruns to be able to kind of quickly just crush the early game. Money doesn't help nearly as much for that. What are my thoughts on the Pixel Remaster? It is a cheap and easy way to play Final Fantasy. So if it is your best or only way of getting access to the game, it definitely does work. But I would recommend most of the earlier entries over the Pixel Remaster. In particular, there is a lot of great stuff with the GBA version that makes me really like it. PSP looks a little bit better. And if you have access to either of those systems, it is a great choice. Yeah, I guess I'll do Fire 2 and Lit 2 first. So you get Fire 2, you get Fire 2, you get Lit 2, you get Lit 2. We'll go and get the Cure 2s next. What does the gravestone say? So in this version, it does say Link. Erdrick was only in the one version, but it is Link in most of the places. What else are we gonna get here? Don't know if we really care about the fighter upgrades all that much. I'll go and get the iron armor. No, it is not the steel armor, despite very disreputable claims otherwise. That is the iron armor, and that is why it's acceptable to purchase. Other thing it's going to need is eventually going to want some soft potions, and I'll get a couple of houses here. This is going to be used for a Peninsula Power Grind in order to very rapidly get through that stretch of the game for experience, so that's pretty good. In fact, I should probably get more of these for assistance to the grind. There we go. And I don't think we have enough money for the Ice 2 and Fast Spells quite yet. This is pretty far in the future. Yeah, we'll wait until we have anywhere close to the levels to be able to cast that. There we go. Alright, so Elfland shopping done. Time to go get some monsters. So I've not been super thorough up until now. Like, I especially want to have the levels for casting those Fire 2s before really going to try and like clean out some of the more uncommon things. No item glitching. You cannot item glitch in this version. That is a PSP exclusive bug. Alright, first time with the Asp. A lot of these you typically just be skipping in most playthroughs. But since we actually need all of our Bestiary entries, I'll go ahead and take them. What's the Cobra called? You're just gonna have to wait and find out. But yes, they did rename a bunch of the monsters. Like, the undead are also gonna be very confusing when we go to the Ice Cave. These are the arachnids. Oh, maybe we should, yeah, I probably don't need a temper form. Just barely can avoid it. Alright, another monster done. We've got Groger still not found. And we've got the ghouls over here. So be on the lookout for those. So an old thief bestiary run. I looked at the solo thief file, and it looked like we were around like 52% of the bestiary. That's just from a natural playthrough of the game, which is kind of impressive. I didn't really expect that you get that many different monsters in one completion. All right, we have not seen Gerwolf yet, but I don't have AoEs. I guess it doesn't actually require that you kill all the monsters in the fight. I might take like one of those and just run away so that we don't deal with those later. Here's our first Geist. Nice level up. Let's see, where are we? Level 4, so you two still have a ways to go before you have an AoE. Alright, they're gonna be annoying. Not worth it. We're level 6. So I really want to have a whole bunch of ogres and grogers show up because they give you really good XP. And with the temper spell, they're very easy to kill at this point. Unfortunately, unlike the NES version where you can manipulate what encounter that you're going to have coming up next, in this version you pretty much just have to reset. And so, like, typically for like an any per spin speedrun, you go into the fight, be like, alright, that's not ogres, just gotta reset. Master reload the memo save, and then try again. That's Devil Ogre. That is pretty good. Max Arachnid's not bad. It's a little bit slow because you have the antidotes afterwards, but yeah. There's some fights besides the ogres that are nice. If I actually bothered to get Dan's spell charges refilled, then we could also take on the ghasts. They'd be pretty easy, even with just harm 1. Hey, Pern, welcome in. Hope you're having a great evening here, and hope you enjoy our old Bestiary playthrough. The ogre's on one knee. They're kind of almost. He's slightly kneeling. Better than Final Fantasy IV on the PlayStation. Yeah, 1 and 2 don't have really massive load times. But all the rest of the PlayStation remakes, 4, 5, 6, and Chrono Trigger, really noticeable that the time it takes to go in and out of battles dominates the game. And it's kind of unfortunate because that was the original version of 5 that had an English release, so you didn't have a choice at the time. Now I'd recommend the GBA version of 5 instead if you want to have pretty much a similar experience, but not have to deal with as big of a load time issue. GBA will take care of that. And of course for 4 and 6, the original versions are the ones that I suggest. Yeah, Chrono Trigger PlayStation was really rough. Fortunately, Chrono Trigger got a DS version that's pretty good. The additional content in Chrono Trigger DS is kind of questionable, but it's just purely bonus stuff, so you just can ignore it. So overall, it's a really good re-release. Unfortunately, that has now become very expensive. I was shocked at how much the DS Chrono Trigger was going for at this point. DS games are going for ridiculous prices. I mean, pretty much every handheld has had extremely large price increases, which is a combination of people being stuck at home and wanting to play video games, especially for people that didn't want to have like a full setup of video game consoles and old CRT TVs and things. They're dealing with the hassle of getting old consoles to display on modern LCD screens. So instead, people picked up a lot of handheld devices. All the way back from the original Game Boy to the DS and 3DS ones. It fueled a lot of the Switch popularity. And so as a result, like pretty much any handheld game is way, way higher in price than it was 2 years ago. And it doesn't even like matter like how good the games are for a large portion, but the good games are extremely expensive. So we're doing 176 for level up. So I really just need to get like one really good Groger fight. And we should be set. Alright, this is, in theory, an ogre fight of some kind. But the smallest possible one. I'll take these two. I don't think we've killed a creep yet. Which means we get another bonus monster from that. Once I feel like I've gotten all the monsters I can think of, I'll start checking the Bestiary to find where the gaps are. Oh dear, don't run away. There we go. Dan's cowardice has been averted. DQ4 for 60 bucks, unless that is a copy that is completely loose with like no case or manual and has been chewed on by several dogs. It's probably worth a lot more than that, C note. Good news is we got level ups for our red mages. I guess we'll revive Dan this time. Alright, so after that level up, we two have one more level to go for our AoE magic. At that point we can kind of switch over to Peninsula Power and start just absolutely slaughtering things. You can try and do Peninsula Power a little bit earlier, but I don't know if it's going to be really worth the hassle at this level before we get into having those nice Fire 2 and Harm 2 spells. Grogers, I know you're out here somewhere. Also, I need Groger for the Bestiary. Yeah, this team is not random. It's also not ideal. Like, you would probably want to have a third red mage for this type of adventure. For a speedrun, you might think about power leveling in like a black belt, although it's kind of tough to really get the levels that you need for the black belt. It's easier on this version than on the NES version. One thing you'll notice is that the encounter rate is quite a bit higher in a lot of the remakes, which fortunately you can kind of dodge around with those memo saves. Otherwise, you've just taken every single fight. It is a bit more of a slog to get through most of the dungeons on this one. Nope, still don't have werewolf, but I'm waiting until we get AoEs. Then we shall be thorough with the cleanings. Alright. This looks a little bit better. We got 2 more ogres here. The encounter chance per step, yes. And I think unlike Dragon Warrior games, there is no award to the first couple of steps to give you a safer trip. So you can get back-to-back encounter steps. You thought you could take out Dan, but you were wrong! Alright, Dan's up to 5. You two need about 700 XP to go for the level. Alright, this one might be worth it. Small enough group that we'll get our first werewolf credit. So I still need Gerwolf from this part of the world. Is there anybody else that's commonly down here that we have not seen yet? Back at the start of the game, we skipped over Ghoul. We skipped over Zombie. Both of those could be found in Marsh Cave later. Spider, Marsh Cave. Grove gonna get around here probably sooner or later. So I think we're actually doing pretty good for the start of the game. Oh yeah, Bones from Temple of Fiends. They're gonna be in Marsh Cave as well. There's so much Marsh madness. So we're just gonna get lots of our Bestiary entries done. And one day we'll get a Groger, but they're here. One day. Because if we ever fail to find the Grogu here, get those around the Earth Cave area in much larger quantities. Like right here, it's a very uncommon monster formation. The Grogu plus 1 to 2 regular ogres is the 3 and 64. Is it 3 and 64? Might be a bit higher, because I think it is like encounter group 5 or 6. But in case, it is in larger quantities around Earth Cave, and inside Earth Cave at the top. It is the 3 and 64? Okay. Well, that is correct in that we're not seeing a lot of them. Yeah, I'm used to it being really easy to get Grogers on the NES version. Because like in the first 30 or so battles after Power On, you can get a bunch of Groger encounters up around Provoca, which is going to be mirrored for a lot of the formations that you see here. That is one of those things that does make the Bestiary run slightly harder than it sounds. Getting all the rare and uncommon monsters that are floating around, especially if you don't know like where they show up. Then it could be a lot tougher to find like the zones to stand in. Yeah, Grogu's common enough in Earth Cave that if we don't get it here, I'm not too put out. There's the Ogre Groger Hyena formation around the outside, and then there is Ogre Groger formations inside. Both of which are much, much more common for their appearance rate. You enjoyed doing all monsters for the NES? Are there any monsters in your route, Shanezel, that are random for their appearance rate? Or did all of them have a guaranteed appearance in their formation that you went for? I think that was one of the bigger problems of the earlier routes for all monsters, is that some of them were only a percentage chance to appear. And that meant you could go through the formations and then just be out of luck. There are Caribou as random. Interesting. Surprised your hyena wasn't random as well. Or maybe you just had a bunch of tries at it. Experience left. Alright. Almost got our AoEs. Well, we're going to only have one cast at the start. It is going to be so effective that we'll very quickly get a lot of levels up at the Peninsula of Power. And that is where things get a lot more exciting. Zero, thank you very much for gifting out a sub there. Very thankful for the support, and I hope you're having a wonderful day here. Alright, so everybody except for Dan's got level 6 now. Means we've got exactly one cast on everybody. Dan is 95 experience away, so he's pretty close. But I don't know if we really need to get him leveled up. Because we probably can take a fight on a boat at some point. I don't think we have got any ocean monsters yet. Even though the boat does have a lower encounter rate than walking around. On this version, like, you're very unlikely to get from one place to another without at least one battle on those trips. So surprisingly, we made it down here without a fight. Let's see, for supplies, I think we just go all in on houses. Trading this off versus getting silver swords for the red mages. Silver swords might let me take on giants. I'll go with the houses. Yeah. And then 10 goblins. Alright, there we go. We are stocked up and we are going to Peninsula. So normally you'd be going through these places at lower levels in a typical speedrun of this version of the game. However, because we're doing all Bestiary, I need to be able to kind of sit in zones for longer than normal and take fights that you would typically be running away from. So I want to make sure that we are good and leveled up so that we can make it through dungeons on one go, instead of having to repeat our trips. 4 is the most heroes in one room before betrayal. I mean, Cecil can get betrayed all by himself sometimes. He is a master at it. Hey, Silent Tremor, welcome in. Just about to go do some Peninsula of Powering here. This will be Kaizaku for our first appearance of those. It's nice getting those out of the way early because they're actually slightly less common than most of the other aquatic monsters. The only reason that you see them so much on the NES version is because the very first battle after Power on the boat, is a Kaizaku fight. If it wasn't for that one, they'd be much tougher to get. Think Anai's the worst ocean monster? I'd say probably about the same as the Kaizaku. Think that they're in the same percentiles for it. It's just Kaizaku's so much more desirable that when you're playing the game normally, like you actually want to get Kaizaku fights, but you never want to get Anai fights. They're just really bad. Kill a monster and then run away doesn't count. I believe so, Thalfin, but so far we have not had to try that. The Bestiary in this version of the game does track the number of kills. I suppose like the number of encounters that you see the monsters in, so that's why I do suspect that it would count it, but at the same time, like, it might do like the Bestiary recording at the same time as it's recording, you know, the experience and gold that you get for winning. That's why I'm not totally certain of it. What I do know, though, is that the Peninsula Power is going to have some good stuff for us. Well, it's going to have some Furwolves as well. I might try to get one Furwolf encounter at some point, just to get the monster recorded. But there's a very, very good chance you're going to run into a Furwolf some point during the Ice Cave. How about Tyros? Going to run into those at some point as well. Don't know if we're going to survive a Tyro battle at this point. I've got Tempers though, so we can do some good damage. It's a double tempered silver sword. You can do pretty good damage too. Yeah, that's a heck of a munch. So we're gonna need to have Agi go first. This is gonna be a quad tempered silver sword though. No deaths. Thing is, a death is really expensive. You have to walk all the way back to town to get it fixed. Come on, Agi. Steaks for everybody. We got the Tyro. You always said Groger meant green ogre. It means George Ogre. Gotta be polite. Use his full name. Do we have to take giants? We can try doing giants. Actually, 4 is probably a little bit more than I'm going to take on right now. If I had ice too, I'd think about it. Hey, Zombie Train. Thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 5 months here, and I hope you enjoy many more fantastic Final Fantasies in the future. Hey, Capital Madman, welcome in. Nice, got the Furwolves. That's our first Furwolf success. Got one other Fire too. Plus the Harm too if we run into a Zomble pack. Zomble with some trolls here. Alright, you're tapped out. Agi's getting tapped pretty hard. This side is kind of a dicey fight to win. Troll's got the headache. Yeah, that's a very famous thing from this series that gets referenced later on. Like in the GBA bonus dungeons, there is a troll that you talk to that talks about his head hurting. Well, there goes Dan. Let's see if we can make it happen. It is gonna be pretty tough though. And it's not gonna happen. Oh well. Try and get a more reasonable size of Zomble Troll. I think once we get our spell charges refreshed, then we should be in greater shape than that. All Zombles. So this is actually probably a better matchup for us right now. Don't have to worry about the Troll triple hitting. Zombles have like a smaller hit, plus they're all susceptible to the Harm too, which means we might be able to take out one more of them quickly. Nice, there's that bottom one down. No, don't hit Dan. We lost viewer. But can we win the war? Zomble successful. Alright, there's our first Zombo kill. So we didn't get the troll. That is another monster. We've got everything except for troll and giant from that zone, and wyvern's super rare, so I'm not really expecting them to come from the Peninsula Power. Go ahead and get viewer back. We got our spell charge refreshed. This time we'll have a lot more offense to pile on. Still a little ways away from having those ice 2s that are going to make the giant fights go better. So I think once we get one more trip up there, I'll probably go to Elfland, get the ice 2 and fast spells. Probably at that point just do the Mystic Key quest. Since we'll be in the vicinity, try and get all the things that we need out of Marsh Cave in one go. I don't think we ever did a Gerwolf, so let me make sure we get that. Falcon, why do you have such a terrifying Agama fact? That is something I did not need to know. Hey, Foku. Welcome in. We've got first couple of areas for Bestiary cleared out. Raised a lot of cash from 15 puzzle. Working on Peninsula Power here, and then on to starting to clear Marsh Cave next. Hey, Captain Floofers. Welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. Alright, let's get viewer back up. Yeah, I expect our progress to be really good up until we go for 3 specific monsters. It's going to be very hard to get Iron Golem, T-Rex, and Warmech. I think it's going to be moderately tough to get Soria, and there might be some other monsters that, you know, like Phantom, or not Phantom, Fighter and Whizvamp, that are on the less common side. But let's say, like, a good 50% of the monsters are very easy to get. The next 25%'s not too bad. The next 20%'s kind of alright. And the 5% that are tough ones, they're really tough. Hey, it's our first iguana. Iguana just happy to be there. Alright, so everybody's level 7. There shouldn't be anything else here that we have not seen. I totally forgot about Iguana, though. So there's probably going to be some other monster like that. Once we start scrolling through the Bestiary, we find out how many things are question marks. We're going to figure out which monsters those are. Hey, Magic Jade 47. Welcome in. They rename Agama to Salamander. They're called Fire Lizards in this version, simply, Jeff. Which is very non-descriptive. But in many ways, very accurate. And I think I can sword 2 giants. And Dan's got some hammer time. Hey, Greffery, welcome in. There's a quad-tempered fighter that's probably excessive. But clearly, most niftiest needs it. There's our first giant done. Let's go ahead and put Dan in the rear where he belongs. And get back to our Peninsula of Power. Let's see if we can find some more of those Zombie fights. We still haven't gotten the troll. But I think at this point that is the last monster besides Wyvern for this zone. So we'll get them in time. Two more giants done, so we're looking for Zombles Trolls right now because I've got lots of fire spells left, but no more tempers. Just got like no health on these red mages. Health is random for when you get the strong level ups, which means sometimes your red mages are going to be really buff, but usually they're going to be super weak. And you'll actually see it kind of jumps up and usually blocks at like 25 to 30 HP whenever you get one of those strong level ups. So it tends to be a couple multiples of that between our two red mages. When I was doing speedruns of the GBA version, where you get to see that effect very clearly, you will be somewhat shocked to hear this, but Dan was almost always the worst at HP by like 60 or more. It was uncanny. Okay, I think we're clenching through this. So don't take a death here. You'll be fine. Hey, Christopher, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 7 months here. I'm very glad you've been enjoying all of the fine fantasy action. Hope you're enjoying tonight's all Bestiary playthrough. And so far, it has been pretty fun. Time for the house party. So they did fix the bug in the NES version where when you used a house, it would give the spell charges back after it saved the game. So if you reload the save file, your house is gone because you've used it. You've got the bonus health for staying in the house, but you don't have the spell charges. Which means that you always have to double save in the NES version when you use the house. Super annoying. Ooh, nice save, Augie. Alright, somehow still no trolls have shown up. We had that one troll fight all the way near the very start of the Peninsula Power Grind, and never again have trolls appeared. I wonder if they're just shy. I think most of the bugs in Final Fantasy are pretty understandable. Like, a lot of the problems of the game are actually small boosts to your attack power and damage and things like that. And because the game's got such a big damage range, you know, for a spell you have its base damage, then you could be doing up to 4 times that, and for attacks it could be even wider for what the intervals are like. It's really easy to not recognize that like a 10% bonus isn't working correctly. These are things you just can't find through playtesting the game, and at the end of the day, the game's kind of balanced for the way that it actually functions. That's why for all the remakes where they fix the bugs, tends to make the game a lot easier as a result. Hey Darylyn, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 9 months of high definition Agma action. That is enough months to get you a shiny new orb, and I hope you enjoy it. Also the Agmas, they are very enjoyable as well. Come on, where's my trolls? Just want to get that one more fight out of the way before heading off to do the Mars Cave stuff. I might do one battle after this and then give up. We will be back to Troll Land later. We can do any predictions for the run. There will be predictions once we get to the 1 in 64 monsters. But I think those are going to be the interesting ones to talk about. We should beat all the bosses first try. Not really expecting like major difficulties for most of the regular content, but in terms of like finding things like Warmech and Iron Golem and T-Rex, those are going to be adventures. Gonna do this in one night. That is the hope, Villainous Fiend. I don't know how long it's gonna take. I know GBA Bestiary is pretty long, but it's got more stuff than this version of the game has, so it might be the case that we can finish this in one sitting. Like, my guess is it's gonna be somewhere between 6 and 7 hours. Again, those couple of critical monsters are going to be a big portion of that. Well, thank you for the good wishes, and I do hope you enjoy these fantasy adventures. So we got 2 Fire 2s, 2 more Tempers, and a whole bunch of Harm 2s. I should still be able to take a troll battle. Just don't want to get stuck with being a little tiny bit short of being able to win that. Everybody level 9 now? Everybody's level 9. potions to the top. They're probably going to be far more addictive than those antidotes. And you notice that unlike NES Final Fantasy, you do not get a nice consistent 30 HP for potions outside of battle. So this is one of the bugs in the game that they fixed that makes it a little bit harder. Potions outside of battle use the same routine as the ones inside of battle now. Which means instead of a solid 30, they are a random 16 to 31. Unlike the later remakes, like GB and beyond, there's no high potions or X potions or things to get faster recovery. I don't know how we've done this. We still have not seen the Frost Breath. There's like 3 or 4 Furwolf battles that we have managed to avoid that end. It's only 1 in 4 that they use the Frost Breath, but when there's a whole bunch of them like that, unless you get super good turn order, it's really tough to avoid it. Hey, there's our troll. I think we're a bit tougher than we were before. I feel pretty good about our odds of victory. First Zomble down. So you still have a temper, you got nothing, and then you got another harm too, so we can take out the Zombles. There we go. So first troll's done. Was a successful peninsula. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good about that. We got plenty of cash again, so I can go ahead and buy all my spells. We can go and just kind of crush through the whole Mystic Key section. I will be trying to get a lot of monsters in Marsh Cave that are new, so we're definitely going to need to spend some slightly more than usual time going through that place. We've got Zombie, Ghoul, Bone, Arbone, Crawl, Spider, Gargoyle, Scorpion, of course the Wizards. Is there anybody else that we have not seen that would be there? Oh, Scum and Muck. Yeah, we got a lot of monsters. Taking bonus iguana, and somehow we still have not found the Groger. That one still baffles me. And we've gotten everything from Peninsula Power except for the Wyvern. I'm gonna actually take a seat or an in here so that I can lit 2. So if we find Sahags, I'll be able to get those. Sahag, Arsahag, Odd-Eye, Shark are still missing. Grocery Ogre's out shopping. He should get his groceries delivered to home. It would save him so much time. Nope, Kaisaku's again. So still no Sahags. This will be the dream sailing in a regular playthrough. 3 Kaisaku fights in a row and that's it. Hey, Chief, look out. Welcome in. I do hope you enjoy this fantastic fantasy adventure. We've got plenty more. I'm guessing it's somewhere between 6 and 7 hours for the playthrough. Oh, this is beautiful. Doesn't have the Arsag, but it's got a mix of everything else we were looking for. I don't even remember this formation. Where is Shark together with Odd Eye anywhere? In any case, I'm taking it. Try and get Arsag. Never to worry about oceans ever again. Eyes we've got. I probably should have checked this, but I don't know how it orders the Bestiary. Whether it's some kind of appearance order, or if it's alphabetical, or something stranger for what they use in this particular version. That'll come in handy to know when it's time to fill in what the blank spaces are. I'll give Arsag one more chance. We'll have quite a bit of sailing once we go to blow open the canal. So if we don't get them right now, we'll get them eventually. Eventually it is. It feels good to run from things. Normally in a speedrun you'd be quite a lot lower level right now, and so getting away from encounters is actually very difficult most of the time in those. Let's see, I was gonna restock potions. Might as well get more pures as well. Be using a lot more pures than normal thanks to having to fight the poisonous monsters off. Go ahead and get the Ice 2 spell. Unlike the first tier elemental damage spells, these are actually probably worthwhile. I've been kind of skipping out a lot of the spell pickups that we are very unlikely to use. Sadly, I don't think we will need to mute and hammer Astos tonight. Unlikely to even really need the Ruse spell for the most part. And after that refreshing nap, let's go get our feet a little bit marshy. Oh right, there is a 1 in 64 Scorpion around. I was gonna say, I think Groger's the only one on this walk, but very, very slim odds of getting the early Scorpion. You're far more likely to get them in several later places though, so no need to farm them in this particular zone. Yep. One-step encounter is totally possible. Just a little tiny bit short of being able to one-shot ogres here. So that's doing very nice for our fighter strength. I'm just going to use lit 2s though to take out the wizards. No need to even give them a chance. We'll give a chance to the monsters in here. Let's go hit the top of Marsh Cave. Not required to progress, but it does have maybe some of those monsters we're looking for. There's scorpions. Alright, so one monster found. I'll go with S2s. Is there an out-of-bounds bet in this version? No, unfortunately. He was so far out of bounds, they didn't even realize that he needed to be put in the game. It is quite the tragedy. Also quite sad, no Masbunes or Excaliburs found in the top of Marsh Cave. We did find the Zombie Ghoul combo. There's 2 more monsters that we needed. I totally forgot about shadows in the opening. Alright, yeah, we got a lot more things still to find here. Good 3/4 of the Poisonous Party Mix is going to be new to us. The Bone Zone. Ooh, no Arbone though. So we will need to find them again later. The Vacral, not actually undead. Even though everything else in that formation is. Alright, so Scorpion, Crawl, Bone, Zombie Ghoul has been checked off. Get our shadows here. Ooh, they're using the electric massagers today. I think some of these sound effects may be a little bit questionable, but I do enjoy them. Alright, so opening, maybe at best you get Poisonous Party Mix monsters. Nope, already got these guys. Say pass to those. Go back in for the real descent. I guess you could have the broadsword. That is the short sword, actually. Gotta remember how all of these items translate. So it's not quite as good as it sounds. Sword's basically the combination of the scimitar and saber stapled together. It's a really good item for the character classes that can use it. So, I do feel bad the thief misses out on it. But still, it's not that much. Okay, this is Scum. So, first time with you guys. Which chests upstairs aren't linked? All the ones upstairs are linked, most niftiest. Well, if you open the ones upstairs. there's no gaps that you have to worry about for the other ones. That's probably a better way of putting it. But by opening those, you don't have to worry about the chests on this middle floor. This wretched hive of scum and villainy. Villainy sold separately. We'll find them eventually. Hey, the villains. I can probably make do with this. Get everything in one trip down. You can never get everything in one trip down because of the magic key. That is going to be a hard blocker for being able to do this place in one go. Excellent. I was worried that your legs might have been broken, Red Mages. And that would have been a shame. Here we use your cures. Kind of nice not having anything else competing with those cure spells. It's like bonus free potions. House is definitely good. I guess we want the copper bracelet. Temporarily helps out Dan here a little bit. Once we go to Melmond, we'll be able to get the silver bracelet there, which is a very large increase in defense for a mage. Right now, this is the best we got. Well, the encounters could be better. If you brought the rest of the poisonous party mix, Scum, I might entertain fighting you again. Ooh, this'll be entertaining. But luckily we got lit too, so I think wizards shouldn't be that bad. Here's where the memo save is just super useful. You can retry the wizards as many times as you need to get 2 of them. And even at low levels with just the temper spell, makes getting through the Marsh Cave very, very simple compared to the NES version. That's how you get the crown. Missing monsters. Still have not seen Arbone. Found an ice cave also. Still have not seen Muck, which you have to get him here. And still haven't seen Spiders, you could get in Temple of Fiends, but this is probably actually the easier spot to find them. And all those monsters are on this floor, so I'm going to stay here until we get them. Unless you're very, very desperate, you really don't want to go back to the Marsh Cave a second time. Nope. Bring some friends, Bones. Hey, Amicast, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day here. We're just doing the Marsh Cave clean out right now. Looking for a couple more marsh monsters. Hey, there's the Poisonous Party Mix, and there is Muck and Spider for the first time. So I think after this it's just Arbone, and that means we could let that slide until the Ice Cave if I want to make this a little bit easier on myself. Is there any step running? Nope. It is frame-based for all of the encounters. So the best you can do is just give it a lot of tries. I'll give Arbone, say, 3 tries here. Best floor for Arbones? Is upstairs better? I'll give him 3 tries here. What does frame-based means? It means that the moment that you press the button to move is what determines whether you get an encounter on that step or not. And that differs from the NES version, where it is number of steps that determines where the encounters are. So no matter how long you wait on the NES version, you're going to get the same behavior on your next step. Whereas on this version, if you wait a tiny bit, you'll get a different behavior whenever you take a step. And that's kind of the 2 fundamental ways that RPGs like to do encounters. Final Fantasy started with number of steps. Dragon Warrior started with frames. And over time, pretty much everyone has gone to frames. And that doesn't mean that you have equal odds of encounters for every frame, so you still might see games that have, encounters that get progressively more likely the longer there's been since the last encounter. Entry Odyssey games do that. They're like a threat level. Dragon Warrior games try to do something similar as well with threat. But fundamentally, things that are frame-based have different opportunities for manipulation. Are there manipulations for frame-based encounters that are not Taz's? Yes, the Dragon Warrior games, for example. If you watch Ness Cardinale play Dragon Warrior 1, the entire game is manipulated all the way up through killing the Dragon Lord. And you can do that because a lot of actions take a fixed number of frames, and that lets you kind of easily count through things. So if you press the button once, and you can't do anything until a fixed number of frames have passed, then you've got that many frames to get ready for your next button press. And they just all chain together. Yeah, Earthbound's got long manipulations as well. I don't know if you manipulate all the way through Earthbound. I know it used to be run up to Boogie or somewhere around there. But yeah, it's not uncommon for things that have kind of long periods where the inputs are locked to be able to have those type of manipulations. Alright, I believe we have done everything up through Astos except for Arsahag that is possible to normally get here. And if you include Peninsula Power, then we have not done Wyvern. But we've gotten a good chunk of the early game out of the way for encounters. So let's get this key quest underway. Start moving on to the Earth Cave. Sudden betrayal. You never expect it. I don't know, is Aki gonna get rubbed? Aki is not rubbed. And I feel like that Astos has gone slightly better than our last playthrough, which may have taken more than 6 hours. I do an eye grind? I might do an eye grind. I don't know if we really need to grind all that much for this party. It's going to be about sustainability. And since you could just reload instead of fighting every single encounter, it's mostly that I need to get through all the fights in Temple of Fiends, like, once. Just not that more than just being able to beat Chaos. Got the 164 Scorpion fight here. Don't need him. I already got you, Scorpion. Still have not found the Croaker, though. I guess it's another monster that we still need to get. When I optimize this run, no, this is just for fun. Scorpion, I'm getting tired of you. I will claim it's the Lit 2 that convinced him to let us go. It would make me feel better that way. To Matoya we go. Let's see, we got the Arsahag. Not there. A couple chances that there's a lot of sailing in this stretch. Gotta go to Toya, gotta go to the Dwarf Cave, then you gotta go to Melmond. Oh, we have to go to Melmond. Do of the canal, then still a lot of monsters are on the Earth Cave region to think about. Also got to think about the Crescent Lake region. They got the Peds there, so you could get inside a Gurgur volcano, but both places are not super common. Both Ped and Gurpede are a little bit tough to get. We got spiders. Yeah, we should have had spiders in Marsh Cave, but just in case. I'm pretty sure we had the full poisonous party mix there, but I am being safe on our Bestiary. We're just watching Matoya run into walls because it's entertaining. Alright, now we'll give you the eye. Entertainment over. We get a mad pony? Yes. Mad Pony's not super uncommon. I actually spent a while in the Canary region making sure that we got a lot of those fights done. I don't know if it counts if the monsters run away, so I didn't want to wait too long for some of the early game stuff, just in case that makes it more difficult to grab them. Oh, come on, where's our Arsag? I have waited patiently for you. I guess you'll really definitely get Arsags in Sea Shrine. In that Arsag Wizsag formation, so probably don't need to worry about those too much. Hey, Sugar Frosted. Welcome back to 39 months of delicious T-Rex action. That will be one of our tougher monsters to get, but I do hope you enjoy this Final Fantasy playthrough tonight. In theory, T-Rex is actually the hardest one to find, because Iron Golem is a tiny bit higher encounter rate, and Warmech has a much higher encounter rate than the zone that has the T-Rex in it. So they're all 1 in 64s, but you get the encounters slightly faster. And we get to find out what the prince has under his sheets. Oh, it's a Mysticky. Is this even randomized? I am beginning to have my doubts. I could just go to Crescent Lake and buy a whole bunch of fighter gear and other silver stuff, but I am lazy, so I'm going to pick up the treasure chests and get the less good fighter gear. Now we have to go to Crescent Lake before Lich. Looks pretty in the NES version. Yeah, the PlayStation version looks really good. This came out before the GBA version, but because this is a much higher powered console than the GBA. GBA basically is about the same as a Super Nintendo in terms of capabilities. And so this version's actually like really well done. We're gonna avoid the Vorpal Sword. Yeah, we shouldn't have to actually pick up anything in that part of the world. I guess maybe we want the Aegis Shield. There's a chest completion percentage, but that is not required for us. All we have to do is get our Bestiary maxed out. Items looking good. Don't think we're gonna need the bonus items in Temple of Fiends or Marsh Cave here. So you can get the Were Sword, the Rune Sword. Marsh Cave's got the Silver Bracelet. We'll just go ahead and grab Dragon Sword down here, which is our Red Mage getting a small upgrade. like they don't really need a silver sword here. So I've been trying to save money from not getting a lot of gear. Mostly worked out. PlayStation was the first version of Final Fantasy 1 to come out in Europe. That is a true but sad statement. It's not the first Final Fantasy to come out in Europe, though. That was Mystic Quest. And that's even sadder. Hey, Kafka Time, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes. And you're just in time for watching a dwarf explode. Now you see this cave. Mostly flat. Not really a lot of obstacles in the way. So I'm wondering how anybody survives this explosion. It seems like that would be rather catastrophic. Yeah, Terranigma was like the one really good game that, for whatever reason, came out in Europe only, but not in the US market. Like, it's very hard to think of other similar games like that. Gimmick was the only other one that I can think of. They did have Mr. Gimmick in Europe, but no US release. There's our dragon, so we're gonna skip some kind of bad piece of gear. And we are getting out of here. Super Bomberman 3. I didn't know that Europe had a lot of exclusive Bombermans. I have learned something today. Hey, Vrexia. Welcome in, and thank you very much for the good wishes here. Hope your stream went well today. Actually, we'll give most Niftiest the silver armor there. Give you this silver hammer. I think, yeah. Should have some upgrades for Agi. Here we go. Even kind of the small upgrades for the fighter are worth the trade-off of slightly worse evasion. Especially with more characters so that you don't have to worry about paralysis or petrification nearly as much. How's this run going? So far, not too bad. We've gotten all but I think 3 monsters that we could have possibly gotten up to this point. And all 3 of those do appear much more readily later on, so I'm not super worried about them. I'll see once I start checking my Bestiary whether I am correct on that or not. But I've been going for trying to clean up the areas as best I can in one go. And let me say thank you to Viola Drum. Viola Drum, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 16 months and many fabulous Final Fantasy nights in the future. Which this night is our first night of the Season 19 intermission. I still have to make my plan for the all black belt run. I think that one's going to be about 7 hours as well. I don't know if I want to do these back-to-back nights for long single runs. So I might do, like, tomorrow, a Extreme Edition randomizer night. And then do all the black belts on the weekend. See any reason that we might think about possibly needing the power staff. I guess money would be the only reason for that, so we can't get fifth tier spells yet. Not a super compelling reason. Let's see what upgrades that I care about. Longsword would be an upgrade for the red mage, but they're not swinging their weapons much. Instead, we will take the fine Melmond silver bracelet, because at least that you can afford. So we'll take 2 of those. We'll replace the chainmail armor for a little bit of extra protection there. Let's see if it optimizes to a silver bracelet. Don't know if it will because chainmail's the same defense. No, it does. Alright. So we'll pick it even though it's tied. Good to know. Is there more Final Fantasy in the future? Whenever I don't have super long streams like this, you'll be seeing some Final Fantasy IV later on in the nights. This one, I imagine, is going to be long enough that we're not going to need anything else today. And same with the Black Belt runs. But whenever we're doing the Extreme Edition randomizer, I will try to do at least a Paladin run, if not a full Final Fantasy IV run. Look at how sad the Melmond Inn is. It's got cobwebs in it. Everything's so bare and depressing. It is truly the world's worst inn. And now you have experienced it. The ideal strat be to get a normal speedrun and then go back to the Bestiary. I think you have to do a lot of testing to figure out like when is the right time to get Bestiary monsters picked up. Because basically, most of them are pretty easy to pick up along the way. Like, this Groger we've been looking for a long time. Gonna finally get one of those. But I don't know if it's like really that faster to hunt a Groger when you've got all your levels done, as it is to hunt it right now. It's more about the odds of appearance. So you probably have to pick like some mix between the two. Where you hope to get certain monsters on like a regular path through, and then things that are easier to clean up you go after. You don't want the Melmond Inn? Well, you're getting the Melmond Inn. There are no refunds. Okay, where I got shadows, we fought them in the Marsh Cave. What have we not fought coming up here in Earth Cave? Bull? Cobra. Earth Elemental, of course. Did get the giants and iguanas. Those are not real cobras, those are the fake cobras. Don't be fooled. A lot of monsters are renamed in this version because they use the names from the Japanese releases rather than the US release. So these are actually asps that we're fighting right now. Get Coral Sword upgrade for a Red Mage. Here's our first bull of the game. Ooze Arachnid, yeah, that's gonna be a tough battle downstairs. We'll see that encounter right on Lich's floor most likely. And even then it's kind of pretty uncommon. Yeah, Cobra swapped with Asp. Image swapped with Wraith. Another kind of confusing one. Love the goofy names. I mean, I think these are actually kind of goofier to a certain extent. Like, they used a lot of abbreviations in the NES version because you just have a limitation on the number of characters for a lot of the names. But for the most part, like, they were pretty clear about what they were. We have beaten gargoyles already. Did get them back in Marsh Cave. Pirate and Kaizaku swap. Yeah, Kaizaku is the Japanese word for pirates, so they called the pirate Kaizaku and the Kaizaku pirate. As a little in-joke with the translation. Frostwolf to Winterwolf. Yeah, those are the type of things that are like the descriptive color-based ones and property-based ones are a lot easier for me to like understand than the more evocative ones. So things like the Winterwolf or like, you know, an imp captain versus like a grimp. And of course, the loss of the Agama is tragic. I think they might have been mixed up because of a slot issue. I mean, it could be. Like, translation's really tough for these old games. Often you just have like a list of words with like no context whatsoever. Which is why there's a lot of really hilarious translations, particularly in smaller markets. Like, translating into German and French often has much more hilarious results than the English translations because they like didn't even get checked at all by the developers afterwards. Basically what the translators had to work with is just like, here's a list of strings in the game. Make them fit. Alright, we have not had images yet. And yes, these are images, not race. Because again, weird. Thus, mysteriously really hard to run away from. It's like you can run from pretty much everything in this dungeon at this level, but those images are like tough to run at like level 20. Let's see, mummies we've not had. So I might be on the lookout for those here. Mummies start on this floor. Bats start on this floor. Hey, we got the ooze arachnid fight. Somebody was saying that'd be a tough one. Well, now who's laughing? Alright, so yeah, mummy we've not seen. Got our vampire here momentarily. Didn't get the hyenas outside. They're a pretty uncommon one. Tiger outside. Can probably find a tiger on the way to Sarda. It's usually a good time to see him. Could be easier than the time Wormek was almost impossible. No, this is where Wormek's impossible, most definitely. Unless we get the lucky hug. And then anything's possible. Drilled by that vampire. And we have one vampire defeated. Good job. That means we also have one delicious ruby. Alright, halfway through part 1 of Earth Cave. Oh, the bat! We're gonna get hugged so hard, bat. So help me. Spectre, guys, I don't think we have Spectre yet. We got Geist earlier, but this will be a new one. Does the Titan die from this ruby? No, but he does lose his pants. It is a very uncommon side effect, but one that should be dealt with most carefully. We're gonna get a mummy fight here. We'll have a chance on the way back through the second time. Alright, so no mummies in that trip. It's the most convenient Earth Elemental location. Probably the one on the first floor. Still not seen cobras. That one's kind of a surprise to be absent for this long. They should be on this floor and the top one. So I'll have a few chances for them to show up. I keep getting fooled, they're not real cobras. One day I will learn. Alright, that is simple. And we're gonna make burgers out of them. Dan's getting on the action. That meat tenderizer is a potent weapon. Don't know if I should give Dan something that powerful. Hey, there we go. The Anaconda has been found. Check the Cobra off the list. Don't know if they're precisely anacondas, but you know, I will trust the art team here. I'm just trying to get an Earth Elemental fight in. Guess I gotta take in the one near the Vampire's room? That might have been a slightly closer Earth to your walking path. I just wanted to have an Earth in this trip rather than waiting for the second one, though. They can be a little bit dangerous at these levels. What are the monsters that are hard to find besides Warmech? The three hardest are Warmech, T-Rex, and Iron Golem. There's a couple of kinda hard ones like the Saria, but most monsters are pretty easy. It's gonna be like 75% are very straightforward, but the ones that are hard can be like really hard. All right, Earth is done. Is that everything except for Mummy I was expecting? I think so. Trying to remember if anybody else is up here. No, we didn't see cockatrices. All right, Mummy and cockatrice. Hey, we found mummies. Never mind. Mummies on the first floor? What? All right. Well, that has gotten that out of the way. So I had to grind Warmech as you found two of them. Yeah, if Warmech was consistent to show up, that's a lot of experience, but he is tough to do, like, repeatedly. Any version of the game, but at least at like GBA and beyond, it's a little bit simpler to have. Lots of recovery items. Hey, Jason Ellis. 4 Thieves would be far too easy. I actually played through this version of the game sometime in the past with a single thief. And let me tell you, it was a mistake. But one that I hope people enjoyed. So we're looking for right now, hyena and tiger. This part of the world might have hyenas. Tiger's more likely in the western part of this continent. I think everything else here we've got. Yeah, Astos in the PlayStation version was kind of ridiculous. I didn't realize that Astos was really significantly harder as a solo thief on this version. Like, everything else in the game is much easier. But Astos is not. Alright, time for a Titan tragedy. Why doesn't he wear pants? And that, sadly, was something you all had to witness. And it's kind of our prime tiger zone. Still also looking for hyena. For those that missed the earlier part, we're also missing Arsahag and Wyvern for things that we are potentially much more likely to get later, and so I'm not super worried about chasing them down. I am pretty worried though what this guy is doing all out here in the wilderness with his mysterious rod. And one rod later, we are ready to go. Lufidian Prybar. It isn't quite explained how we got from Lufidian super high technology with floating space castles and nuclear-powered hugging machines to the present day of swords and sorcery. Wait, I want to go regular load. It always defaults you to the memory save if one exists. That's why I try not to do regular saves all that often, because I will invariably forget the next time I go to reset the game. Yep, most of you still got that Solo Thief save file. I actually got rid of most of my NES save games from past challenge playthroughs. It was sad, but I kind of need the cartridges to play the game. So we had some really good ones, like the Solo White Mage playthrough. All gone now. How many Final Fantasy carts do I have? NES I've got 3. I've tried to like not have multiple versions of most games. But that one's really tough to avoid because of the problem of only having one save slot. I've actually been trying to like actively slim down duplicate games and games that I have not played for a long time to make space for new stuff. Hey, there's a hyena. One more monster out of the way. Yeah, I used to have, like, multiple copies of the Famicom version as well and the GBA version, but I figured I don't play those often enough that it's a really big deal. Like, I can easily get another copy within a small amount of time if mine breaks. So I don't have to worry about, you know, having backups and stuff. Even for the NES one, since most of the stuff we do for Final Fantasy is on a flash card, like, that's pretty easy to deal with. It's only the challenge runs that are more problematic. And those I tend not to do multiple at a time. Final Fantasy 6 had tons of items. Yeah, the sketch glitch definitely does that. My Final Fantasy 6 is so badly bugged with that that I cannot beat the Ultros fight where you're supposed to use sketch without just killing Ultros. Like, the game will 100% bug out and almost always crash. Just trying to get through the mandatory one time you have to use it. I later found out it's actually much easier than you would think to kill Ultros, but turns out you need to know about breaking rods. That's a really non-obvious part of the game. I doubt that most people that have beaten Final Fantasy 6 today still don't know about how to break rods. We do have Werewolf, so we're good here. Yeah, I think Cockatrice is the only thing we did not get going through here, and there's plenty of other Cockatrice locations. Ice Cave, Waterfall Trap Tile. We shall be fine. Run away. Image is just so hard to run from. Nope. Hey, Stalin, welcome in. Going pretty good. Our Bestiary is doing nicely. There's a couple of fights that I have not been able to find so far, but I've gotten a few hard ones out of the way that I did not expect, like ooze happening right away. So I feel like we're on a decent pace for progressing through this. Like, my guess is it's going to be like somewhere between 6 and 7 hours for full bestiary. It really comes down to T-Rex, Iron Golem, and Warmech, though, at the end of the day. Like, those could take 45 minutes. They could take, like, 3 hours. I don't know. The rest of it should be done, like, under 5 hours, definitely. Werewolf is werewolf and Wargwolf is Gerwolf. Early Wiz Ogre. I don't think I need the Wiz Ogre trap tile. There's like enough Wiz Ogres floating around in Gurgu Volcano that I should hit one. Key items. There we go. They're weird in this version. They have a separate menu for these usable ones. And yep, Tyro and T-Rex are different. We've had T-Rex a couple of times in Final Fantasy recently. We had, I think it was 2 T-Rexes in Season 18? Or did we get 3? It was ridiculous how many T-Rexes. Because normally you get, if we're lucky, 1 T-Rex per season. We got Cockatrice. I guess that's okay in these circumstances. Hey, Nakarashi, welcome in. Run's going good. We just knocked another monster off our list. First Cockatrice of the game. Why does the map look so different? The art style is pretty different. And so there's some areas that are like kind of hard to recognize, or at least hard to navigate, because the top-down angle is a lot sketchier for kind of seeing exactly where you are compared to the normal 2D view. Especially for some of the later remakes for it. This one's usually not too bad though. Then maybe some of the canoe sections. Where is Iron Golem? It is on Tiamat's floor in Temple of Fiends Revisited. It's a 1 in 64 encounter there. We've got a couple Iron Golems in Final Fantasy, but since this was a short Temple of Fiends season, it was not possible to find it. Now it's gonna be Blurst runs. We get Extreme Edition randomizer during this off season. Guess I could have used the hyena here instead of waiting for the one outside. There's Wizogre done. Bonus we even get a Silver Shield upgrade. Alright, is that absolutely everything in Earth Cave that one can get? I think it might be. I believe this place is totally done. And they switched the spell names. They switched some of them, Stalin. So this one does not have the suffixes. So they still use the 2s and 3s and things, but they changed some of the names for the base names. So it's kind of in between. It's a little bit of a weird version that way. Hey, Tipo, welcome in. Just about to finish off the Earth Cave portion of the hunt and our first of the 4 fiends. There's one monster outside the cave we did not get, which was the tiger. But everything inside it should be done. Now, the randomizers for other versions than the NES version, yes, Sir Lancelot. Pretty much every version of the game has got a randomizer, including the new Pixel Remaster. Chilly. So normally when you do a speedrun, that's actually very dangerous. You can just barely survive it on your fighter, and the red mages are kind of likely to go down. It's nice with the extra levels, having no worries there. I was like taking a nap. For a snooze. So I didn't want to go too many tempers in. But you know, if you got nothing else to do. Is the thief bad in this version? The thief is terrible. They tried to buff the thief, but it did not work. It did not work at all. What did work though is kicking Lich's butt. There goes Fiend number 1. And our Bestiary grows one more. Love the boss theme. There's actually more than one boss theme. The male fiends get a theme, and the female fiends get a different theme, so they're kind of similar. And Chaos gets his own theme that's totally different. And we get to celebrate. All right, good dance moves. Let's get out of here. Will we see a tiger? Will we see an Arsahag? Those are the questions that we must answer now. Hey, Graffin. The images are not buffed so much as that they are very overleveled compared to a normal speedrun at this point. Like, typically we'd be doing this part of the game at like level 8 or so in a speedrun. And we're level 11. Cottage, a cabin or house? It is a house. Want my spell charges back in case we get something that we can zap here. The version available on Steam? No, the Pixel Remaster is the only version of Final Fantasy 1 on Steam. Unlike the other Final Fantasy games, they did not give Final Fantasy 1 and 2 at all. In pretty much forever to people that wanted to get them. That's why I've always been recommending the GBA or PSP versions, because those are the ones that were the most accessible and easy to get into. But for those that want it, the Pixel Remaster version is available. What does not have certain critical things like the Peninsula Power or, and I emphasize this is a very large drawback, there are no out-of-bounds bats. Well, there is one Arsa hag here. Alright, Tiger is being left behind. Can find Tiger around on-rack. So a saber-teeth Tiger formation there. We have not gotten Wyvern out of Peninsula Power, but we can get that in Mirage Tower. And is there a lamp spell? You may have to pay to find out. Just saying, lamp might be DLC. No mod will never be Stella. There is no chance of that happening. There's a chance, though, of us finding a Pede on this trip. That would be something new. Hey, look at some Pede action here. They're not impeding us at all. It's kind of where these be tough to get, because they're only here and in the top of Gurgu. But you know, we've done it. Actually, now we've done it. There's our first Pede kill. That's right, Dan. You show that, Pede. Don't think we want to step through those. That bull scorpion's actually really rare here. Even in Marsh Cave, or even in Gurgu, it's not super common, but it's, I think, the 1 in 64 in this place. Gurpedes anywhere but the Ice Cave basement, they are also near on-rack. But the Ice Cave is a good place to go. About picking this version up for your PS1, I would definitely recommend getting it. You also get Final Fantasy 2. It is a 2-game collection. They did that for all of the PS1 titles. Origins is 1 and 2. Anthology is 5 and 6, and I think it's Chronicles is 4 and Chrono Trigger. And we were talking about it earlier, but unlike most games of this era, these are actually really cheap to get as well. Alright, upgrade-wise, I might stick with the silver bracelet. I don't know if you're worth it, Red Mage. Get the fighter some silver armor, though. Bracelet's not too bad. It's 3-point defense difference. The bracelet does have better evasion properties, so it's not like a total loss. Yeah, 5th tier magic. Dan should be getting close to that. Yeah, he's got his first slot. Level 15 for the Red Mages, so we still have 3 levels to go. The PlayStation Mini garbage? I don't have the PlayStation Mini. I bought the NES Mini, I got the Super Nintendo Mini, and then I was minied out at that point. Like, most of the other ones are just not the same kind of quality level as the Nintendo ones, and I wasn't even really using the Nintendo ones because I've got the systems already, so it wasn't something that really was attractive to me. I'm playing this on an original PlayStation. I'm playing it on a PS2, Chibi Scala, which is usually how most people play PS1 games. PS2's got full backwards compatibility, and is usually a lot more convenient because you can also play PS2 games. It's perhaps going to be less convenient. It's going to do ordeals. Do I want to do ordeals now? I want that gold bracelet and the ice sword and Zeus gauntlet. But I feel like the monsters and ordeals may not be the best for us to fight right now. So I'm wondering if we have to come back to that later on or not. Because we shouldn't have to come back to it later. Like, we have a good amount of things that we can do there. And most of those monsters do appear somewhere else. Let's see. I'm going to say Cure 3 in front. Yeah, do Cure 3, then Harm 3, then Life 1. Harm 3 is kind of a weak pickup, but I'll take it. Heal 2 does not really do enough to earn a slot. Yeah, I've heard that there are some games that don't work on the PS2 Didaro, but I have never actually encountered the problem. And it may just be that none of the games that I've wanted to play are on the compatibility issues list, but I think also some of them are like pretty minor problems. Like, there have been consoles in the past where it's been like completely game-breaking. Like the Genesis 3 fixed a bug in how the Genesis processor worked, and some games were relying on that bug. So things like Gargoyles like just completely doesn't work at all on the Genesis 3. But I think the PlayStation is a little bit less kind of all or nothing, and it tends to have more things like texture corruption issues. And that's the reason why like fastest speed and the smoothing stuff like not on by default is because some games do not like those. But they'll still, like, basically play. Alright. We're in the back door. Let's undergo an ordeal. On this version, you have to actually talk to this guy. He also doesn't activate the chair. Hey, Christaki. welcome in. Thank you very much for the host there. And for those of you joining us, this is a 100% Bestiary playthrough of the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy. I am probably not going to get all the monsters in this place right now, but eventually we will have every single one of them. So welcome, Raiders. Sit back, relax. We probably have 4 hours to go on this challenge run. I hope you had a wonderful time watching Chris earlier. Hey, Flash Raven, welcome in. The NES sprites look like primitive versions of the Final Fantasy IV sprites, so, I mean, all the Final Fantasy sprites for a long time were done by Amano for, like, the artwork for them, and it's just that the really detailed art isn't something that the NES could support. Like, even the Super Nintendo couldn't really capture some of the fine details for it, but NES, like, you're really cutting down. But if you go back and look at it, like the fidelity at which they kind of did some of the more challenging ones is actually really good. It's like you couldn't recognize what some of the pieces were until you saw what the intended versions were. Alright, through floor 1. Let's try the top here. We've got Nightmares coming up. This is the first time we'll see those. We've got the Man Cats. So here's a big change from the NES version. Man Cats and Argo start with Fire 1 instead of Fire 2, which means they are no longer like super devastating, although they are pretty powerful. It is not even close to being as bad. Don't know if I can kill 4 of them though. Seems like a lot. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get those. I'll have more Man-Cat chances later. Okay, we'll have more sorcerer chances later as well. Maybe we'll get lucky here. Ooh, nice delays too, yep. That should do it. Still didn't do it. Alright, I got 1 life one. Hey, Tadaru, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Welcome back for 5 months and glad you're enjoying the Final Fantasy action here tonight. Figured that was one of my better chances. We got the 2 Ice 2s back to back there at the start, and it still wasn't enough to take out the sorcerers. It's easy to figure out the giants. Yeah, I always thought the giants were really fat on the NES version, and it turns out they're just dancing. And what I thought was their stomach is actually their leg that they're kind of kicking out. Like, that's the kind of thing, like, detail-wise, the NES's really limited resolution just can't capture some of those things. But as soon as you see, like, the intended artwork for the sketches, it's like, oh, I know exactly what that was supposed to be now. This is a version of Phoenix Downs? No. This was the last version that's very similar to the NES. Starting on the GBA is when it gets to be much more like a modern RPG instead. This still uses spell slots, it doesn't have Phoenix Downs, it doesn't have high potions, it doesn't have most of the items from like Final Fantasy IV and beyond. It's Final Fantasy I with the bugs fixed. Why do the red mages have different HP amounts? So in this version of the game, instead of strong level ups only happening on scheduled levels, you always have a 25% chance of a strong level up on any level that's not scheduled. So sometimes the red mages will get lucky and get like an extra 25 or 30 hit points, and that'll make a pretty big difference over time. Kinda need fire 2s for the zombie D. Do you have any spells left? Try one bolt 2. Guess we're not gonna be trying bolt 2. Is the thief useful? It's not that different, Glacial. There are still some similarities to the original version. Move the corner. Yeah, the ability to slip past the nightmare is no longer present in the remakes. I kind of missed it. That's like a really small detail, but very cool for knowing about it. Medusa's 1 fire 2 should do it. Just need most niftiest to not get gazed. Alright, we need most niftiest to do way more damage than that. Don't feel bad, most niftiest. I am sure you tried your best. It's just your best was not very good. Can anyone get max HP? I mean, yes, but that's a lot of resetting on level ups, which is definitely not needed to be able to beat the game. Alright, so you are gonna keep the steel armor and go get the ruby armlet. Give you the silver mail. Somewhat annoyingly, it still has the behavior of sorting your party members to the back if they have been impacted by status elements during the fight. Okay, you only have 1 Dia 2 as well. Alright, so that's a harm 2 and 2 fire 2s for the zombie Ds. That should still be enough. Yeah, all Bestiary means that we kill 1 of every single monster in the game. There's 128 total monsters. At least officially. 124 different monsters, but they count Lich 2, Carry 2, Kraken 2, and Tiamat 2 as separate encounters. They do have completely different stats. Game keeps track of the Bestiary? Yes. I'll look at our Bestiary for the first time at the end of this dungeon, see how we're doing. Give people a sample about how we've gotten so far. Enemy name changes. The enemy names are actually the ones that they used originally. The NES changed the names because it had to fit into a small number of characters. But this is what they were originally going to be for the most part. So this is actually more faithful to the earlier names for them. Please don't drill Dan. He is a renewable resource. I think it's actually supposed to be Mummy Lord, which was the name in Dungeons and Dragons originally. Standard resource, yes, he provides adequate amounts of failure whenever desired. So we'll start making some room for our usable items up here, but we will need a lot of healing potions still. Would we ever use a heal staff? Probably not. I'll have it regardless because I can do that. So we can get through here. I'll be able to get my tail as well. Heals go faster. Yeah, this one's got a big delay in the menu between times that you can use the potions. I still don't think that we can take these. Is that true? Maybe with the lit 2s it'll help. These things resist like all elements. But just having lit 2s per turn is like a lot of damage that we didn't have before. Just need to get a killer. You'll have to be patient to see what the Catmen are called. We'll probably find them sometime soon. I don't know if we're gonna actually bother getting the Catman, Ocho, Hydra, Soria. I mean, Soria's gonna be super hard to get, so I'll probably be back here later in the game to farm those if necessary. But right now, I am getting some tail. But our Horn Devils, those are Argoyles. There's a really major difference in this version that Argoyles and Mancats start with Fire 1 instead of Fire 2, so killing them is actually not that bad. Zombies, on the other hand, these things are still pretty tough. So hopefully this is enough. There's a good lit too, that should help out. Nice, we got one of them. Can attack, gauntlets, and harm one. Nice. Good zombies. And with that, this ordeal is done. Did we get every monster in ordeals? I think we did. I did not really expect that to happen. We killed sorcerers, we killed mancats, we killed Argoyles, we got zombles earlier, so already had those. Whiz Mummy for the first time. And we mentioned the Bestiary. This is what our Bestiary currently looks like here. 45%. See if there's any gaps. I know of nothing right now, because Wyvern should be later. Ooh, something between Hyena and Bull. So we're missing something in the... Oh, Tiger. That's right. I do know about Tiger. Something between Wizogre and Lich. So something at the bottom of Earth Cave. don't know what that is. Yeah, there's the new stuff we're kind of into a little bit earlier than normal. So this section you wouldn't typically get to. Something between Maycat and Nightmare. What do we not get in Ordeals? I don't know if they're like strictly super in order, but it's suggestive that there are gaps there. I'm pretty sure this is Tiger. This is Argwale. This is, and it's early because it's in Kurgan Volcano. That's Sorcerer. That's Tyro, by the way. Those are Zombles. Mud Golem? From the Trap Tile. So there's a Trap Tile version of the Zeus Gauntlet chest. We picked up the one that doesn't have the Trap Tile in front of it. So I know what, I know what's the reason for that. We done Giants? Yes. We got everything on Peninsula Power except for the Wyvern. So I've gotten most of the things that we have been to, like, completely cleaned out. And I've gotten a couple of things that are, like, not supposed to be done yet. We're just ahead of the curve on those. So I'm thinking ahead to Ice Cave. It's gonna be Race for the first time. Mages for the first time. Ooh, Mages is gonna be a bad fight. Those things really suck. Ocean enemies should be done. Took us a while to find the Arsag, but did eventually get him. Okay, those are maxed out. Everything else should be pretty good still. Close to 15. Not very, it looks like. So don't have to worry about you getting 5th tier spells yet. Pretty sure we did the images and saved. They're not called images, that's what the race are going to be called. Instead, they're called race. Because it's confusing. But don't worry, you'll get used to it. And then we'll go back to the NES version. You'll have no idea what's anything's called anymore. Ooh, on this version you have no separation of north and south canoe zones, I think. I know it's definitely true on the GBA. I'm pretty sure PlayStation did this as well. So not only do we have like Caribou and Gator and Ocho, but you could start seeing our Caribou and Fur Gator really early. What are Agamas called in this version? They're called Fire Lizards. Alright, Kalukin, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams to you. Try and get some of the canoe fights while we're going through here. You really don't get to use the canoe all that much in this game, so Be nice to get them done now, and look at that wonderful nacho platter. Like I said, North Canoe Monsters in the South is starting this version, and it's not really a good idea. Like, this stuff is way out of your league when you're just taking these early trips here. This is kind of ridiculous. Especially if you get like the Furgator R Caribou group, like that would just be nearly impossible right now. That is what this memo save is for. No more nachos? I think we'll pass. Enough nachos for the time being. Do need the gators. Kinda need Dan to not die, though. I guess we don't get what we want. Wait, no, we're still below this area. Yeah, the canoe's a lot more dangerous in this version of the game. I don't know if this was intentional or was just kind of an oversight that they're introducing some very high-level monsters compared to the original version. But I much prefer the north-south canoe separation. These things are tough. We still haven't seen any regular caribous. They're like the most common formation in the NES version. Hey, there's caribous, and I don't think we've got the regular Ocho yet, so definitely want these. That kind of worked out. Two more monsters down. Credit to the caribou is strange. So, caribou is a South American piranha. So it's actually a decent word to pick for it. Kind of like Agama is an actual small red lizard. So they kind of went out of their way to not just kind of cram something in there, but actually worked on a real-world analog for it, even though most people probably would have no idea what those were referencing. I still say it was a good effort. As to say, let's go in the ice cave. There surely won't be any bad things in here. Well, there's some Frosties. I guess those are things we can use. Hey, Magnum Knee-High. So, way different than the NES version. It's like the NES version with the bugs fixed. This is one of the closest remakes to the NES. Wonder Swan's the absolute closest. That's not a super accessible version. Whereas this is rather easy still to obtain and play. I think these are actually race. Yeah, these are the race. So we need them. Does it tell us to do anything? Nope. That was not until the GBA version. They still use spell slots and all of the original design for casting in this game. Depending on what difficulty mode that you select, you can get a couple of choices there. So like easy mode gives you way more spell slots, basically never run out. In addition to giving you more experience and more gold and generally being easier. I think what it is, if I remember correctly, on the naming Chibi Scala, is that images are called race. Race are called specters, and specters are called images. I remember them being like some kind of circle. Are you zoomed in closer in this game? There's a bit of a different angle on the perspective. Like it's not just a flat 2D one, but you got a little bit of isometric action going on here. So depending on where you are on the screen, it can look different. Like how much you can see. It's especially noticeable on like the airship. Pretty sure we've gotten these rates already. These are the images. What have we not gotten here? Haven't gotten Fur Giants? Haven't gotten Mage, haven't gotten Gurpeed. We have gotten Sorcerers. Don't need more. Thank you for offering, though. Go and grab Flame Sword here, so you'll get that. Guess you can take the Silver Sword by this point. Which means we can sell the Coral and Dragon Swords. And there we go. Alright, Spectre's not image, because Spectre is white. Something's called image, I think. Maybe the ghosts. There we go. Just Just need to get away from that encounter. Do we want to grab the ace mail? I think we do. Isn't super far out of the way. We can just run from the Frosty. So that makes that matchup pretty good. How they flay your mind with a spatula. It is a gruesome process. And I wouldn't recommend it. Let's go ahead and grab the money. I did get a lot of cash early on with the 15 puzzles, so we've been kind of cruising thanks to that. But we'll eventually have to get those gold bracelets, bottles, and pro rings and things, and that does add up to a lot of money. See, I got fur wolves. First frost there. Gonna farm the eye. I might farm the eye a little bit. I don't know if we're gonna be easily able to one-shot him with the fighter. Level 13 here with an ice sword is like okay, but may not be enough. I'm pretty sure we got the Arbone already. We already got the Frosty Bad Road. The very first enemy in the cave. Hey, Landslide, is the same as the PSP version? No, they are very substantially different, especially for speedrunning. But they are both excellent versions to play. This version came out quite a number of years before the PSP version, so PSP's got more polish. But it's also got a couple of game-breaking bugs. Usually things that you're not going to accidentally find, though, so it is primarily a speedrun thing. Are we underleveled? I would say we are modestly underleveled. We're doing the dungeons out of order. You're supposed to do Gurgly Volcano first. Then go to the Ice Cave and then go to Ordeals. And although we went to Ordeals, it's not worth as much as Gurgly is. So we kind of slipped a bit as a result. I'm going to do a Wonder Swan version. I have done a Wonder Swan version, and you can find it on my channel page. Maybe too many wizards. Grab our ice shield here. So we're starting to get some decent fighter gear going. And we are starting to spot a friendly eye in the distance or in the foreground. Let's see how we do on the eye fight. That could be grindable. One floater acquired. So this is one way to solve the level problem. Looks like we don't need the Zeus Gauntlet. Can't quite one-shot him though. And each time you do the eye fight, 1 1/3 Agama's worth of experience. So it's pretty good. Alright, we're gonna have to talk about the names of the eyes move. So that is not gaze, that's actually stare. And he uses his moves backwards. So that's normally his last move, but they changed that in the remix. And so all the nasty stuff that the eye normally does in the NES version, he doesn't do here. So that's why a lot of playthroughs, instead of grinding Agamas on the remakes, grind the eye instead. Does have lit too, though. Eye is not as delicious as Agama's. Well, nothing is as delicious as an Agama, but it does fill you up. Recommend the Pixel Remaster version on Steam. I would say that if you don't have access to another way to play Final Fantasy, considering that it is really cheap, it is not something that you will deeply regret. But if you do have ways to play, either the GBA or PSP versions, those are the two that I recommend to most people, as they're very accessible, and I kind of recognize that GBAs and PSPs are a little bit harder to get these days, and so that is a consideration. New PSP battery. Fortunately, those are pretty easy to get still. PSPs have lots of problems with battery degradation and bloating over time. And so just getting an aftermarket third-party battery is kind of a standard thing. And a lot of shops will offer them. Maybe a couple more eyes. We're pretty close to being done here. Hey, Rexius. Welcome in and hope you're having a great start to your day here. Working on our all Bestiary playthrough of Final Fantasy. Still have, I think, 2 monsters in Ice Cave. No, 3 monsters. Fur Giant, Gurpeed, and Mage. I believe we've gotten everybody else here, and those 3 are not really that fun to grab. I might go after Fur Giant. Gurpeed probably when we are going for the Saria, we'll get the Gurpeed first. And Mage, well, once I got ribbons, it'll be a lot better. Bad tasting potions. These are the most delicious potions. They're actually kind of addictive, to be honest. I'm a little bit worried that we might have some kind of crippling heal potion addiction. And we'll have to deal with the consequences of that later. Oh, come on. There's only 2 of them. Just run away. Why do you have to make this so hard? Alright, will we find our remaining monsters? Got a mage. We didn't die in round 1, which is already a good start. Nice! Mage is done. So, Gurpede and Fur Giant. Kind of surprised Fur Giant didn't show up. They're pretty common here. That's probably not going to go so well. Don't need race. Well, these are the freshest of giants. Hopefully, we can get one brand new. Also, we can not get sorcerers. This version have the bonus dungeons? No, the GBA versions where the 4 elemental bonus dungeons were introduced. And PSP had a 5th one, which is the Labyrinth of Time. This one is very, very close to the NES in terms of game design. So, like, many of the changes that you may have seen me play in, like, GBA and other versions of the past are not going to be here. This is basically NES with the bugs fixed. And maybe some small tweaks. Like, give me a Gurpede. Oh, Dan, you better not run away. Good. I was going to have to punish you severely. I wanted that beat. Alright, so we're down to just Fur Giant? How is that the last monster in the Ice Cave to find? That hardly seems possible. Use my potions one at a time only if you want to, Fernandless. Can't think of a better place to get Fur Giant. Like, maybe around Onrak, but right now seems like a pretty good choice. Alright, I think Ice Cave is done. Let's see if we can find that part of the Bestiary and see if it agrees. Up to 53% the Ice Cave would be before ordeals. That looks like a pretty solid block between Frosty and I there. Got a lot of the canoe monsters filled in as well. Pretty sure that's Tiger. To figure out what that is, but I'm trying to remember what is in the Earth Cave that we might have skipped. I'm sure I will come up with it. No input lag. The game wouldn't really have any problems with input lag. It's mostly that there is no real big load times, which is a problem with some of the other Final Fantasy PlayStation ports. So 1 and 2 in this collection are both totally fine. And they put 2 other collections out. One is 4 plus Chrono Trigger, called the Chronicles, and 5 plus 6, which is called Anthology. And both of those have a lot of load times in them compared to the original versions. So they're not as good of a a port to play. Whereas 1 and 2, like, you don't really notice the disk speed because they're small enough games that the whole game can be loaded at once. I think we got all of you. When I say we're missing Fur Gator and our Caribou. And that's it from the canoe monsters. It's also nice getting those couple of eye levels, making it easier to run from stuff. Couldn't play Final Fantasy VI or Chrono Trigger on PlayStation. Yeah, they're kind of tough. Both of them still have the Super Nintendo as their best versions. Chrono Trigger DS is decent. And I would say that that's like a good substitute, but it's not that cheap, much cheaper than the Super Nintendo Chrono Trigger at this point. And for Final Fantasy VI, I guess the GBA version would be the one to look at. But it is definitely cut down a lot. Because you're more limited on the GBA than on the PSP or on the PlayStation. So I would probably say Final Fantasy VI, stick with the Super Nintendo version if you have to pick a variation of it. What else to say? Get ready to take to the skies because we are about to get an airship here. Final Fantasy V music, well, the GBA has some issues with music. And it's partially not their fault. Because the console is hooked up like speakers, and they're bigger than the entire GBA is for one of those speakers. So it's got to really make do with something like very, very tiny to make sound. And so it's not going to sound great. And the big thing about the GBA is it doesn't have like any bass at all, so it sounds really tinny. So what a lot of game developers did was they specifically remixed the games to sound better on the GBA's little tiny speakers. And if you play those remixes on like a real device that has speakers bigger than the GBA, it's not going to sound great. But again, they're doing their best. And we are getting the airship. We all win. So you have to land for this. I think you have to land up here. They removed the ability to land on top of the desert from the Mirage Caravan. Alright, things that we don't need, all this old junk. Pretty sure we're not going to need a heal staff at any point. I mean, I may regret that, but I'll see. And I will need one fairy. Only reason the heal staff may be more interesting is that you don't have to have it like on a specific person for Temple of Fiends, but I could still get both heal helmets if I really want a heal staff grind. 2 helmets is about as good as you're going to get there as well. I just really hope that we don't have to resort to that in Temple of Fates. This, by the way, is the Ankylo. And it is the dead. Alright, so Ankylo's out of the way. Guess I'll go ahead and turn the bottle in right now. Making my way over to bomb it very slowly. We may have taken a detour or two. Still need to get heal potion recovery. Yeah, that's right. I was down to 1 heal potion, so that seems like should get fixed. We should go ahead to pop our bottle and find out what is in the lake today. Will it be a Maspian? Will it be a Vorpal sword? Or will it be the Axial? Luckily, it was not the Vorpal sword. His anthology is inferior to Final Fantasy III. So, it depends on what you mean by inferior, Dark Aziel. The load times suck. Like, that's just a thing you're gonna have to deal with. But it's also probably like $150 cheaper. So, there's a bit of a trade-off. And there's a bit of class change getting completed here. Let's dance. I actually don't remember if Final Fantasy VI was 150 mic, but it was definitely over 100 last time I checked. Pretty much all the Super Nintendo RPGs are very expensive now. Gotta go ahead and raw bombardier. This is really the only island that's got like good value in it. The other islands in GB and beyond have like a couple of items that they added in to make them a little bit more attractive. For our other pickups, I should probably be prioritizing armor, but let me get some Melmon spells, because I make bad decisions around here. Gonna say Fire 3. I gotta get the Warp spell. Or I'd rather have Cure 3 and Life. I think I'd rather have Fire 3, Life, and Warp. Is that true? I think I definitely want Revive. Between Cure 3 and Warp. So you'll get Cure 3, you're gonna get Warp. We're gonna try and remember which red mage is which, and probably not succeed. But it is Viewer 38383 that has our Warp spell. And we can get exit on more people, so it's not like super critical, but just one to keep an eye on. Tell me that you don't use Warp 2 or Warp 3 Tadaro? How do you get around? That sounds very inconvenient. Okay, there's prongs on everybody. So that's a pretty big upgrade. Gold bracelet will take us a while. I've got white shirt though to fill one of those slots. We got the one gold bracelet from Ordeals, so yeah. Fury needs gold bracelet, and that should be it. Alright, looks pretty good. Guess we can go and do carry. I don't see a reason to delay a whole bunch. I guess we could do... Now we'll do the more traditional path. Grab the mermaid stuff first. I think you want to land here in this version. Alright, so we already got an Ankelo. Yes, Destiny is hard to find, but it does have really good games on it. There's our first Wyvern fight. This was the monster that we were maybe trying to find at Peninsula Power, but it's the rare encounter there, where it's a lot more common over on this side. Did you miss Guru? Not yet. Go to the mermaids. I can get a lot of really good gear pickups that's going to make the dungeons faster. Also, look at how much nicer this is than the Melmond Inn. They've got curtains. They don't have windows, but they've got curtains. They also call the town Onlac. It's like the most maximally wrong way to spell this word. Down we go. Beyond the spooky ghost mermaid lies the barrel. Hey, Scientists Say, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Back for an entire wonderful year and a shiny new orb. Hope you're doing great today. I hope you enjoy the fantasy Final Fantasy here. I probably shouldn't bother with this chest. It's not very good, but it does get me a first Wizag fight of the game. Probably don't need the opal armor. I can get the dragon mail pretty quickly. Okay, there's our first fight with sea snacks. I think sea shrines should be really easy to get the monsters. There's not a lot of uncommon stuff. Like, the most rare monster here is probably the big eye. And that shows up in quite a number of formations. What a mage staff. I think I do. A light axe. Maybe. I want some more snacks? Not right now. I am full. Hey, C:\\. Welcome in, and thank you very much for the good wishes there. Disappointing hats. They're not bad. I feel like they are doing their best. Given the circumstances, of course. Sea Shrine's your favorite music. This is a really good song. It's very similar to Temple of Fiends in the past. Alright, first time with ghosts. Ghost confirmed flammable. So up here we still have Gershark, Lobster. I think you can get Big Eye on this floor. But it's easier to get on the bottom half. There's our Gershark. What a great shark. So Lobster Sea Troll up here. Those are going to be the surprising last ones. Not what I would have picked as the stragglers. Hey, Brandon, thanks for the good wishes there. Alright, more snacks. Do mermaids, then come back down and grab the items here. A couple of good ones. Oh wait, I don't need to buy a gold bracelet because we got an opal bracelet here. Or, in this version, the diamond bracelet. Alright, Rolling Stone, have a great night to you. And thank you as well for the good wishes. Alright, which one's the small one? This one's the small one. Always get a kick out of that 10 and 10,000 room. It's like, why even bother putting the 10 gold treasure chests there? Why bother putting the antidote in there? And this should be the opal shield. Here we go. Alright, lots of upgrades for Augie. I actually don't want the armlet, I want the ice mail still. You can have the armlet, which means that goes down to you. So as soon as we got white shirt, we're good for our body armors here. Well, white shirt and dragon mail, but dragon mail is going to happen first. So there's mermaids out of the way. Keep grabbing money. I don't think money is going to be super tight in a little bit. But I still have a few more things that I want to get. Mostly we're going to have to spend some serious cash on Dan's spells. He's got a Cure 4 acquisition coming up. Probably want to get Life 2 for him. Don't know if Fade really is all that good here. This version have any extra side dungeons? No. GBA version is where they first introduced new dungeons. This one only has the 128 regular monsters from the original Final Fantasy. Alright, so we got the Mage Staff, and then I'll get the Light Axe. While I'm here, not very good, but we can use it. Let's go ahead and drop that down. Might still need some of those. Alright, so Mage Staff, second best item right now. Light Axe probably third. Yeah, no need for the gloves. Most of this can be sold. There we go. And then I'm going to skip the Opal Armor because we've got a better one coming up pretty quickly. Wait, we have one warp spell! Alright, I think I'd rather warp on this part. We're at the exact opposite corner right now from the stairs, whereas this one's at least a little bit closer. Wait! Warp doesn't work in this version. Never mind. I forgot they changed in the remakes how warp works, so that instead of going back to your, basically the previous floor entrance-ways wise, it instead takes you to whatever your actual previous floor was, which in this case is the mermaids, so that's kind of useless. Sword button. That would be a terrible shame. We would never find our items again. Alright, that should be enough health to get out of here. I already got snacks. I'm really shocked we haven't found the lobsters. Sea Troll Lobster, complete the setup here. Hey, Austin. Welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. I think we're doing pretty good on our all Bestiary runs so far. Gotta quickly drop into Gurgu to finish the Fiend off. Try to get a couple of monsters that are probably better off there, like the Paralisk. Actually, Paralisk and Waterfall may be a better spot for it. Cerebus? We see him on the way down. Fur Giant has been done, so Red Giant, Red D. Yeah, maybe a couple of those things. I'll probably check our Bestiary progress again after I think I've gotten Gurgu done. Find out if I've got any more gaps in there. Or we can go back and do that Tiger too. That'd be a good one to get at. Then we can go to the waterfall. All good ideas. So what order to get them done in? I'm gonna say waterfall first, Gurgu second, and then early game cleanup third. Waterfall mostly get that ribbon out of there. That'll be really handy to have. And if we ever want to go grab the Mirage Tower stuff, it'll open that up as well. But first, let's ride the barrel. Such a lovely cutscene. Too bad Spooky Ghost Mermaid does not come back. I'm gonna miss her. Let's get rid of no more need for Ice Shield. Don't need the diamond or the opal gauntlet. The silver stuff can go. Didn't use any potions, and then 99,000, that's enough for Dan to get his spells here, I think. Do we want the wall spell? Definitely want Cure for, which is over at Gaia. I am kind of thinking about Wall, but I don't know where to put it in the list. I'll wait for a little bit. We got some time. Enough money for a steel armor. It has been sometimes noted as a fairly steal of a deal, but I still wouldn't recommend it. So weird to see the in-game time so close to the stream time right now. Because you do all the resets in the world for getting rid of encounters typically in speedruns. Usually it's like a really big difference, and it keeps growing as time goes by, but I'm actually taking a lot more fights since we need to get the monster kills, and also because we need the experience to get more monster kills. And sometimes you just want a little bit of extra Gurpeed. No man steal your money and your soul. It is a bad deal. I think maybe I should have grabbed the opal armor just to sell it. Get the damn cash a little bit faster. But there's like 50,000 in here. If we grab the wizard staff. I want to keep the defense sword. I do want to keep the ribbon. But everything else there should be able to go. We can also go grab our first mud golem of the game. It's a monster that we could have picked up a little bit earlier, but chose not to. Now we got all this wonderful armor. We're actually pretty robust to the encounters. Feels very relaxed in here. Plus, this is a nice touch. Wait for the Perilous to maybe make an appearance. A 1 in 64 Ghastly is pretty unlikely. That one is going to be almost certainly picked up in Temple of Fiends. But Perilous should be very common. Already got Wiz Mummy and regular Mummy. That's pretty much it for the stuff in here. It's not a lot of different monsters in Waterfall, so this is one's very easy to clean out. And set. Off in the darkness of empty space, it is all too tragically empty. As there are no out-of-bounds bats in this game. Something I consider to be a tragic oversight. Worst remake. Well, at least this person's got the Peninsula of Power. Pixel Remaster took that out of the game too. Alright, so we do have Perilous. Let's go ahead and blast everybody. They flipped the priority order for enemies here, so instead of having lots of mummies, you have lots of birds every time. It means the value of this trap tile is very bad. So you would never think about grinding on this space. Thankfully, you got the much easier eye as a substitute prize. And we've got the cube. And the wizard staff. There's our ribbon. There's our defense sword coming up. All right. Think you should probably have ribbon for now. We give it to the white mage. Yeah, we'll get the white mage. I can see some value on white mage staying alive, bringing the fighter back. Okay, so now that we've done Waterfall, here is where things stand for our Bestiary up to 60%. Everything here is done up until this, which I think is Tiger. This, which I still have not figured out what is in Earth Cave that we missed. But it's supposed to be something at the very end of the dungeon, so I'll have to think about it. Canoe monsters? I guess they'd put the R Caribou and the R Gator there. Not sure if we got the regular gator as well. Go back for that. The Gurgu Volcano spots are things that we have not gone to yet. Here's Ice Cave looking pretty good. And then into this zone, probably like Saria right there. This is the last bit for like Mirage Tower Desert, so T-Rex is somewhere in there. Ordeals, we did pretty good. Sea Shrine, we're missing Lobster. We're missing Sea Troll, and we're missing Big Eye that I know of, so that should fill those out pretty well. And the rest of the game for Sky Castle and beyond. See, we still got a lot there, but 60% are current standings. Yeah, Sphinx is going to be the one of the ones around the area here, along with Saria. Unless you mean Sphinx in Earth K, which could be from that trap tile. I'm never certain like whether they put stuff with the trap tiles, like the first possible appearance, or whether they wait for the dungeons. Doesn't seem to be 100% consistent. Is that the in-game monsters? Yes. It's for the whole game up to Chaos. This version does not have any bonus dungeons or things, so Chaos is the very last thing. $128 monsters in all. Yeah, over here. Let's go ahead and get our slab translated. Otherwise, I probably will forget about that later. And now we know Lufanish too. Get that wizard staff and silver sword. Probably about time to start getting those 6-tier spells purchased. We've done all the 5th tier stuff. Yeah, so 6 tiers should be the next thing to go grab. And conveniently puts us right by the Gurgu Volcano. I don't think we want anything on the black magic side. Do I think we want besides exit, actually? This might be a pretty quick purchase. We'll get Lit 3. That is probably worth it. And yes, we are getting Warp 2, when Warp 1 is just not good enough. I think I'll get you Fog 2. Do we need more than one person with it? I don't even think we need it. Let's just stick with the basics. Let's go stick it to Gurgu Volcano here. There's a lot of monsters that we need to go and grab. I'm gonna try and remember where most of them are living. Service should be found on the way through. Red Giant, Red Dragon, Agama, all at the bottom. Anything at the top that we have not seen? These should mostly be monsters from earlier in the game. So I don't think so. Look at a Sphinx here. They're on the top floor. already got our goals. So I'll say pass to those. Actually, don't have our Hydra yet. There's our Cerebus. No, not actually Blaze. That is still Scorch. They just, again, changed a lot of the names. Alright, so Cerebus doubly done. Still no our Hydra. That we want here. I might want to get the second ice sword. How long is it going to be until I get that sun sword? It's a pretty small upgrade for one of the red mages. I probably don't need it. Don't need the flame mail or flame shield. I could get the flame mail just because it's going to be best source of red dragons. Hey, there's our Hydra. So he uses the cremate, aka the flamethrower. We need all the stuff. Well, if we were doing 100% treasure chests, I'd be grabbing a lot more than this. But as it is, I think we're going to be fine for gear. We should be pretty over-leveled compared to a typical speedrun at Chaos. Not super worried about the bosses. Still got to fight so much extra stuff. But here, I guess we can grab an Agama. First Agama of the night, and it is a good one. Look at that. We got our red D here. So I don't really need the flame. I'm just going to sell this later, but this gets the red D checked off, and otherwise you'd be waiting until Temple of Fiends for these things. So another dragon out of the way. Got our trade-in item there. See, no more fire giants. But I could use a little bit more Agama. Alright, I'll see how we did after this, but I think we got everything in Gurgu. These guys we picked up earlier, they're credited against Earth Cave. Didn't get everything in Gurgu. Grey Worm, forgot about it. Fortunately, Grey Worm did not forget about us. After a few detours, time for our second of the 4 fiends tonight. Let's get carried away here. Dan? I guess not. I may have misjudged him. Five for carry. What? This is an amazing carry. I am pretty certain this is the best version of carry ever. And it's also the last of carry for at least a little while. 2 fiends done. We've got Gurgu Volcano finished, I think. Have to see about the Bestiary portion of it. Alright, up to 65% now. Something between Paralisk and our Hydra. So there's a monster probably in here that we have missed. It says from this position they'd be early? So maybe on that 2nd floor? Have to think about what that's gonna be. Hey, Soren Cal. Yep, we are playing the entire game, getting all 128 monsters in Final Fantasy. And I would guess we've got about 2 to 2.5 hours left. Fire Elemental! Yeah, I don't think we got one of those. I think Killer Ink got it. Where's a good place to get a Fire Elemental? I guess the trap tile. Alright, so that'll be a pretty easy one. I could probably just get a Fire Elemental in Temple of Fiends, but I want to get everything that we can pre-Temple of Fiends that's possible. Downgraded from tent to sleeping bag. Yeah, tents become sleeping bags, cottages or cabins become tents, and houses become cottages. Everything is slightly renamed in this version, and often in very confusing ways. You're referring to the Sphinx Bad Road, yes. They'd be up on this top floor. Does everyone share a sleeping bag? It's actually a burrito, if you look at it on the overworld map. They're strange. I think I missed an Earth Elemental. No. Earth Elemental we definitely got. We definitely got water. Earth Elemental is called Noma, and water is called Aquas, so... if you're looking for the word Elemental in the Bestiary, you're not going to find it. Shouldn't have worried about finding Peds. Apparently really easy to get here. That we're kind of lucky getting them on the overworld by Crescent Lake. Because we don't spend a lot of time there. I guess there's gigantic iguanas from outer space. And there is the Fire Elemental. I don't remember what the original trap tile was for this other one. Don't know if it's one we need. Peerless we're good on? Pretty sure it's not a Sphinx trap tile. Well, let me check what it is. Oh, it's just a Grey Worm. Makes sense. Yeah, because if you get a trap tile fight early in the 4th floor, those are Grey Worms, and those are linked. Okay, yeah. I believe it now. Alright, so there's Fire Elemental out of the way. I am not going to hit Sphinx here because I think Sphinx is going to be easier when we are trying to hunt the Soria. Which is probably best done like around here. There's a couple monsters here that are just not going to appear anywhere else. Soria is going to be the one that we really need. And along the way, we'll probably find a Sphinx. Because they're way more common in the same zone. I believe we have got the Ocho. Soria is like, well, it's 3 and 64, which is 5%. So you're going to be searching for a while on those. This is not as bad as the T-Rex, but it is definitely on the rarer side. And we didn't have the Catman or the Saber-Tee, so these are both new. I don't know if he turned the Yugs into plant monsters. I mean, that's basically what they are. They're like living sewage. monsters down. Can also find Tiger here, which takes care of one of our early game ones. They'd be together with the Saber Tees. I think they come out this far. I know they definitely are over by the on-rack area to the west. I don't know if they're in the central area. Back in Sea Shrine, we got Sea Troll, Lobster, and Big Eye to find. Sea Troll and Lobster should be really easy. Big Eye is more uncommon, but not super uncommon. Let's give it 10 more fights and then try another task. At some point I should probably clean out like Mirage Tower, get a bunch of equipment upgrades. Dragon Mail's there, Aegis Shield, Sun Sword, Thor Hammer. Sadly cannot get the white and black shirts until we have the full climb up as well as the ribbon. Hey, got the Soria. That's actually way faster than I thought. And I am not sorry about that. So yeah, Soria before Sphinx. I will take it. The biggest one to find in that zone right there. Yeah, let's go take out Kraken. I'll do him before the big Mirage Tower section. 77,000. So I still have to think about whether I want those spells. There's Tigers. So we can get those after all. We're definitely getting Cure 4 at 7th tier. Is Heal 3 worth it when you've got Cure 4? Heal 3 is really good when you're using NP, especially if you don't class change, because Cure 4 requires class change and Heal 3 doesn't. But is it really worth it here? I think it might. And then the wall spell isn't worth it. If anybody's gonna have a ribbon, it's gonna be one of the red mages, so maybe they just wall themselves. And we don't worry about the white mage having it. That'll help free up some space. So I think what we want is wall, heal 3, which means I need 135,000 coming out of this. That is a lot of cash in this Sea Shrine. But I bet we can do it. Other big prizes is doing Sea Shrine gets me a second ribbon. It gets me the Power Glove, which is amazing. You keep seeing chaos untheorized. That is an interesting way to misread it. Thanks, Raxus. I definitely recommend. people that are interested in playing these Final Fantasy. This version is very accessible still. And lots of things play PlayStation games, so it's relatively easy to get your hands on. Other great versions are people that don't have the NES nostalgia, either the GBA or PSP versions. Lots of extra content and really well polished. They look very, very good. Hey, there's our first time seeing these things. All right. 2 monsters out of here, Sea Troll and the Lobster. So now I believe we are down to just the big eye. And of course, the Kraken. Just the massively more generous amounts of money the randomizer gives you for a lot of these fights. Wait, down at the Naga. There's one that definitely want to pick up here. Forgot about plain Naga up on the top floor here. These things are nowhere else in the world, so until you go to Temple of Fiends, you want to grab them now. When I play ROM hacks for Final Fantasy 1, I do the randomizer. Scruffle up against, and that's about it. Final Fantasy takes up a lot of my time for things. Also, for some reason, people keep making me use thieves. I don't really understand the attraction. I could just use the gauntlets by now. Fire 2 Mage Staff. Fire 2? Yeah, should be good enough. Just need enough juicy stuff to do some serious damage. Take these ghosts down. You enjoyed the 3 Thief run? Well, on this memory card is the solo Thief playthrough that I did a while back on this version of the game. That is one that I would definitely never recommend anybody try. Yeah, nothing really worth picking up on these. I'm trying to keep in mind that we do kind of want cash. Else I might have to come back here later. I guess worst comes to worst, I only need 1 wall spell. So whoever does not have the ribbon wants to use it. And even though we might just revive them a bunch. That's also a pretty good strategy. Big things here. We've got ribbon. And this one's going on to our fighter here next. Let's go get the Power Glove, and I guess we get Light X number 2. Just to have it, because there's also a lot of undead monsters. So it kind of makes sense. And we got a big ghost in our hearts. See, Shrine Pilot Paint is kind of painful. I will give him that. Was kind of hoping that we get extra snacks. Lobsters, though, do die more quickly, so they're a little bit safer for damage. But snacks are worth, like, that extra, like, 1/20th of an Agama piece. It adds up. Alright, there's our Linux, here's our Power Glove. Still have not found the Big Eye, though. There's still Big Eyes on the bottom floor, and you don't have to worry about the waters or the sahags down there. Well, you have to worry about the waters. You have to worry about the sahags and the ghosts. If we don't get the Big Eye there, where else can we get them? They're in Temple of Fiends. That's probably a worse spot to grind. Is our Power Glove, and oh, we are playing with power now. I mean, some people say it's bad, but I disagree. It's not just bad, it is so bad. Put that there, that there. To reshuffle again once we go to the Sky Castle. Anyway, there's so much more stuff to grab that we will have to keep track of. But we are mostly ready to roll here. Got a Kraken and a Big Eye. That's it for Sea Shrine left. And so far, so good. Hey, Power Moose. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great time here today as we do our all Bestiary playthrough. What does the knight have? That is the defense sword. We picked it up back in the waterfall. That's gonna be our best sword until we got the Excalibur. That's almost tempting. It's like 1.9 Agamas worth of experience, like very good. I want to save my resources for trying to get this Big Eye to show up. Hey, there's the Big Eye. Worked like a charm. The gauntlets no longer in upper left. They have been demoted. So with Kraken, we should have Sea Shrine totally finished. We filled in a couple gaps earlier, so it might be just like Sphinx and some of the canoe monsters. Still have not found an Arcaribou or Furgator. That was a lot of Bestiary progress. Pretty nice walking that floor. Like, I can get away with quick saving a lot less than you would in a normal speedrun, because we can actually mostly run away from things, which is typically very, very hard to do. So you don't often get to see walks of that extraordinary magnitude. Because the encounter in this game is very high. Similar to NES, but they kind of crank things up with the way that you're dashing through, so you're taking twice as many steps in the same amount of time. Version of the inverted ambush rates? No, that was not started until GBA, I believe. Same thing with the inverted encounter rates for the couple dungeon floors. But you will still be ambushed by mages like 90% of the time and shadows 90%. It is definitely rough at a couple spots. I was really impressed that we got the mage kill in Ice Cave, to be honest. I'm impressed that we are already at Kraken here. Ow, the Kraken massage. Go in the attack. I think one saber, a bunch of tempers is going to be enough. We're fast it. Yeah, it's pretty good damage. Should be double health, which means 1200 here. And basically 2 swings. Look at that Kraken, his cape is so majestic. Dan is so dead. But so is the octopus. Alright, 3 fiends out of the way. Hey, sorry, God, this is the PlayStation 1 version. I suppose we'll get Dan back this time. But only because he asked nicely. Needs more orbs. We dance. That's like getting an orb. Let's see how we did on our Bestiary. 73%. Alright. We filled in the tiger. Pretty sure that's Sphinx. Pretty sure we've got our caribou for gator. Do we never kill a regular gator? I think we may have never killed a regular gator. I would fill that in. What's in here? So one of these has got to be like T-Rex. That should be the end of the overworld? They wouldn't put him over here, would they? I don't think they would. This is all of Ordeals and all of Sea Shrine. That looks like a solid block, so that looks good. And then we have Mirage and Sky Castle starting, so there's still more to go in that part. We are pretty good about the early stuff cleared out. There is 8 blanks that we need to go fill in. Maybe I should also buy the spells over here. So how much can we afford? I think I can get them all. Start to think about it. Sell that, sell that. Yeah, it's enough to get 3 7th tiers. So 2 people get the wall spell, White Mage gets heal 3. Running too fast to kill, not at all. Things that we need to fill in are not going to run away at this point. Sphinx is like maybe level 30 something. And that's like the lowest quality monster left that we have not found. Almost everything that we need is pretty advanced. With Gerpies. I'm going to try and get the Furgator R caribou because we have no other reason to ever canoe again. So at this point we should just go ahead and collect them. Oh, and regular gator, because I think the one time regular gator showed up we skipped them. Is Furgator 3 and 64? I kind of remember it being more common. But because this is all of the canoe stuff mixed together, it may be harder to get as a result. Like on NES, you can get Furgators and Art Caribous usually within a handful of battles. So that's because they separate out the 2 different kinds of canoe zones. There's like an easy zone in the south and then a hard zone in the north. So you have more kind of unique slots to fill. And it makes it easier to locate where things are. Also, where are the encounters? Couldn't possibly be a safe square. My canoe broken? Somebody has forgotten where the monsters are supposed to go. Game? There we go. Well, I do get a gator, so I'm going to take this. One monster down. Two more in this region. Don't need any of these. I think we just want specifically the one for a gator formation, that's it. I don't think anything else helps. Ooh, but I think it is pretty soon time for our first really major hunt. The Soria is kind of the warm-up. But we have on the near horizon a very infamous monster to find. T-Rex is going to be our first super big one. And I'll do it on a quantity of tries. 25 tries for the T-Rex. It's a 1 in 64. So that is definitely not in your favor. But if you believe that we will find a T-Rex as easily as we found that Soria, then maybe you can win some points. You want Ice 3? Yes, Ice 3 and Cure 4 are both in Gaia, though. What I'm probably going to do is grab the Mirage Tower stuff. Maybe go up to a little bit of Sky Castle to pick up the Ribbon and White Shirt and the Adamant so I can make the Excalibur. Because I do want to have Excalibur for the Warmech fight. Then do the T-Rex grind, and then do Tiamat. By do Tiamat, I mean the Warmech grind. Because that'll be there too. Hey, there we go. Our Caribou and Furgator together once more. That wasn't too bad. Hey, Jay, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Just picking off our last canoe monsters right now. We've got a little bit of dungeon clearing, and then one of our biggest grinds of the game is going to be to get a T-Rex. So we shall see how it goes. Let's see, 20,000. So not enough money to get the Gaia spells quite yet. After we go and do Mirage Tower here, that should be plenty though. These will not count for the T-Rex, these are just bonus tries if there's any on the way to and from Mirage. In case anybody is fussy about counting. Oh yeah, also we should probably get the Chime. That would help too. while okay since we talked to Dr. Oon. Sandworm, alright, that's a monster that we have not had. It's in the same zone as T-Rex though, so I was not worried about it. Good fight. Alright, should be enough to carry us here for a little bit. Maybe just have the fighter use light axe. No longer really much of a concern about being able to take the trolls down in this formation. Unlike back in our distant and early past at the Peninsula Power. Oh, those days gone by. I absolutely come to the realization there's not enough money to get the Life 2 spell while we're here. It's probably okay. I'm sure he will hardly miss it. And we even got the 1 in 64 Wyvern. I mean, we already had it back from the Monarch area, but still a bonus. We've got the chime. Alright, now we can go to Mirage Tower. Not gonna defend it. Let's see, while we're in Mirage, we might run across a fairly good number of new monsters that are not available up until now. So you got the guards, we've got the Badman, gonna have Blue D. Don't think we've had worms yet, so there's another one that we could maybe find. They're uncommon on top floor Mirage. Anybody else in Mirage to be on the lookout for? I think that's it until you get up to Sky Castle. So have a bit of a break for a bit. And then the evil man starts up the next sequence of them. Life 2 in Lufania. If only we had the money to buy Life 2. If only. can't cast Life 2 until level 25. We've got some time anyway. That'll be pretty much near the very, very end of the game for us, even with all the extra monsters. Probably getting into the mid-20s is going to be tough. Alright, now bonus T-Rex time. This does not count for your 25 encounters. If we get any fights here, these are freebies. Just to get an encounter free step getting it out. No. In fact, I think we had one time where I got an encounter getting out of a canoe onto land, and it gives you a land encounter. So it's the encounter that you're walking to, not the encounter you're walking from, which is another change from the NES version. Yeah, first bad man showing up. It went there pretty bad. Don't look like Batman. They kind of got the cowl thing going on. Maybe the cape. But yeah, it does not look exactly like NES Batman. Down to the color scheme. NES doesn't have a lot of colors, so it's probably not intentional, but it is an amusing coincidence. Alright, Bad Road. Have a good night, and thank you very much for the good wishes there. Alright, so I got the healing him. Do I care about the Aegis shield? I don't think I do. The reason I don't is because we're going to have the ribbon on anyway. So we are fine with the opal shield that we got back in Sea Shrine. We do need the dragon mail, though. Be nice to have the Thor hammer, and Sun Sword's a small boost for one of our red mages, so I'll grab that one there. That'll be kind of our first trip through getting the items out of Mirage Tower here. I really like these bad. I would have the experience, but I think we can do better. We really cannot do better. We must persist. There we go. Last time we should be out of at least a reasonable chance of running. Hey, first time with Chimera. There's another new monster. I got the Cerebus. I got some vampires, but why not have more vampires? Dana's a helper. You've got to admit that. Maybe not helping in a good way, but he does help. Yes, but they've got the black shade, so we can get a free Ice 2 here as well. Alright, Foco, have a great night and pleasant dreams to you. Hoping the T-Rex hunt goes well. It's definitely going to be a first real test of the 1 in 64s. I think T-Rex is technically the hardest one because it's got the worst encounter rate of the three. But from a practical perspective, they're not that different. Toasty. And we're 2 Agnes. Alright, didn't get a 7th tier spell earlier. No, he's still 19. I guess we use Red Mage Healing. Pound through all of these. Dan probably needs it a little bit less because he does have a ribbon on. All we gotta do is get to the center. Hey, our first guards. Love their beep beep noise. Incorrect choice. The same sound my printer makes when it's got a jam. Are you enjoying the new detailed graphics? Yeah, have you never seen kind of the original artwork for the game? Some of the NES ones are kind of interpretive about the monsters, but it's a surprisingly well done adaptation from the original illustrations for like all the monster designs to the NES version, and just had limitations on how much detail they could provide. And then seeing those same designs like redone on a more powerful platform, it's like, oh, that's what they were trying to do. Now it all makes sense. My printer cap, I know I use an Agama brand desk jet. And transition with Final Fantasy 7. Didn't Nomura want to do like most of the Final Fantasy 7 kind of art design himself, especially for like the characters? I feel like that might have been more of an influence for why they stopped with the older styles, is because of like a different creative direction there. Blazed! She's running pretty low in health. We're almost done now. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 7 had very interesting designs for a lot of the monsters. They went kind of for a fusion of like infected machinery as their theme. So it was definitely very different than previous games in like any regard for how things were put together. But it makes sense in like the theme of the universe that they're working in. So it worked really well in context. If you could figure out what the stuff it is. There's our Thor hammer. Almost to the dragon mail. We're so close. There's that upgrade. There's our Sun Sword. Why would you put Sun Sword over defense? Why would you put Healing Helm over Ribbon? Alright. I will forgive you now. So you've got the Sun Sword. You've got the Ice Sword. Actually, most niftiest should be in the middle. And do we give Dan the Thor Hammer? No, I think we just leave it for anybody to use. Rather have it in my inventory here. That can be sold, that can be sold. These are good usable items. Let's put that one there, that one there. Let's put that one there. Yeah, those are much less likely to be used. Excellent. That is Mirage Tower done for now. Got all the stuff cleaned out of there. We'll see how much we got progress-wise on Bestiary. Didn't find the worm. But they're usually up on the 3rd floor. We're at 78%. I'm pretty sure that's Sphinx. We did get all the sea stuff and canoe stuff filled in. All of Gergu's done. The desert. Yeah, I'm pretty sure T-Rex is in there somewhere. What else are we missing in this overworld piece? Rankolo. Gotta be somebody else. Rankolo, T-Rex. Oh, maybe they put Worm out here, because it is on the overworld as well. And then Mirage Tower. Says we're missing somebody early in it. And that's all Sky Castle, so yeah. Looking like we're doing pretty good. And looking like our T-Rex challenge shall begin. 25 is the number I believe I put for the prediction. It is a 1 in 64, so 25 definitely would be good luck. Let's see how we do. We'll take a Rankolo if we get it. We'll take a Worm if we get it. But we really want the T-Rex. Don't need regular sandworms. 1. Wait. Why did it take me back here? Uh-oh. Is this... Oh, I did a save with the regular stuff. Okay. Always gets me every time I use the regular in-game save instead of the memo save. Scares me. Memo save here, so that doesn't happen again. There we go. Still at 1. Number 2 is Ankelo. I know this is going to sound weird because this game has an incredibly high encounter rate, but I wish there was a way to increase the encounter rate. And next Corvette, we got a prediction on T-Rexes. 23 more tries for the prediction. Try number 3. Well, we got the Rankolo. So this is new. It's pretty likely we'll get the Worm out here as well. That was number 3. Oh yeah, Rangolos are super beasts. You do not want to mess with those things. Number 4 is Ankelo. Hey, Chronic, why 2 red mages? Because we are hunting for a lot of encounters, and having AoEs is good to do widespread damage. Also, when you get to the end of the game, because you can dump all your VUPs on one person, you really want to have one main attacker, which in our case is the fighter. I've got people that can do fast spells and temper spells, and Dan mostly is there to cheer everybody on. And best of all, red mages have wonderful hats. Unfortunately, they are bad at attracting T-Rexes. Are we getting T-Rex? This is a 100% Bestiary run, which means we have to kill one of every single thing in the game. There are 128 total monsters, many of which are pretty easy to find. But the three hardest are T-Rex, Iron Golem, and Warmech. So this will be our first of the big three to go after. First time we got an Iron Golem with the remaster. Yeah, they're very hard to find. Like, you're on that floor for only a small amount of time. There's one spot in the game where they show up, which is Temple of Fiends in the past on Tiamat's floor. There are 1 in 64 on that floor. And while you do get a decent number of encounters, like, most people don't play through the game enough times to even have, like, a decent chance of an Iron Golem showing up. Well, we are halfway to 25, with no signs of T-Rex yet. That doesn't mean you are out of luck. There are those really big encounter gaps. Surprised to see them because of how ridiculously high this encounter rate is compared to the previous versions, although later remakes have even higher encounter rates, like GBA and PSP. It's fortunate the encounters themselves are very fast to make up for it. Yeah, the Pixel Remasters increased the drop rates after people really complained about 4. Final Fantasy 4 has a lot of very rare drops, where not only the monsters don't show up that often, but the drops are also very rare. And there's one notorious one in particular, which is the Pink Tail. It was even harder on the NES version, or the Super Nintendo version, because you had no way to summon the pink puffs in the first place, which in the remakes they give you this item called the Whistle, which will give you the rarest encounter of the zone. So that's a 1 in 64 right there that you're getting for free. But it's still pretty tough. Already got the Tyro and the Wyvern. But Pinktail's like not the only hard thing. Like Rydia's got a whole bunch of secret summons. They're not very good, but they're very hard to get. And there's stuff like the Cursed Ring and Glass Mask and... which arrow is it? From the carries. Artemis arrows, I think. Like there's just a whole bunch of stuff. Got alerts called the Pink Puffs on the Super Nintendo version as well. There are no alerts in the game, Supplethink, in Super Nintendo. They were taken out. It's one of those things they simplified the Super Famicom version a whole bunch for the US release. So pretty much all of the status element items got removed. A lot of the usable battle items got removed. And things like the alerts got removed. Some secret for a reason they were too embarrassed And I saw how good Bahamut was. It's like, maybe you don't need this imp summon. Yeah, I did everything when the game first came out except for the pink tails for the Super Nintendo release. And I actually got a pink tail playing on the Super Nintendo version, but not through the intended way. There is a whole bunch of like garbage data for some of the treasure chests in the game, and so you just get like random stuff based on the memory contents. And so early in the game, the very first time I played it, when I was in the town of the city, like clicking on grass, one of the squares of grass gave me a pink key, is what I thought it was. And I couldn't find where this pink key went. But eventually, when I went to the underworld, and you get the smithing done, the pink key went away. And it was many years later that I figured out that the reason it went away is because when you go to the smith, it takes all of your tails, but it only gives you one of them for the result. So if you're turning in the rat tail as part of the underground storyline, it'll eat the pink tail, and it just disappears. But that was how I got the pink tail my very first playthrough of Final Fantasy IV, and did not get adamant armor from it. How we doing on encounters? I'm gonna say, Grevlopicus, it is not looking good for Team T-Rex. Not quite to 40 yet, but I will have to admit that if you believed in the T-Rex, I am sad to say that they did not believe in you. We have gone past 25 tries for our T-Rex. It is a 1 in 64, so you shouldn't feel that bad about it, unless you lost channel points, in which case you are probably feeling pretty bad about it. But that doesn't mean that you have to give up, because we have another challenge for you. After I get this T-Rex, and after I get most of Sky Castle cleaned out for items, there is another one of these that we are going to need to grind out, and it is going to be one in need of a hug. There's the T-Rex. Wow. All right, that was actually not too bad. I'm gonna bump Wormek up to 40 tries. We'll open up the next prediction for it. But there's our 1 in 64 T-Rex, and it is looking good. T-Rex, of course, the other white meat. Alright, T-Rex is done. Now let's go grab some items. I want the ribbon, the white shirt, the black shirt, the adamant. I guess we get the pro cape. We get the blue D here. May or may not get the worm. Depends on whether or not we are fortunate with our enemy encounters. Worm's uncommon here. but would be found up on the 3rd floor, together with the blue D. And I think what I will do, when we go up to the top floor, it will first be to kill Tiamat, and those encounters are free. So the first time we go across the bridge, you get free tries at Warmech. We're going to take out the boss to make sure that we're not stuck at the top after killing Warmech. I'll save the game post-Tiamat, and then we will start the official Warmech hunt at that point. That'll be after we get all of our items cleaned out here and make our Excalibur. So I really would like to get the Warmech kill first try. I will feel very bad if we lose that fight. Good guards there, half Agama piece. Guards and vampires, generally worth fighting here. These things mostly just an annoyance. Problem is they've got such a high ambush rate that you're gonna sit through at least one round and then you just want revenge. Are we gonna take that lying down? Of course not. I'm gonna get the Excalibur. I'll definitely get the Excalibur. But I've only got one knight to equip. Unfortunately for us, the name of that knight is not Dan. Very confusingly, they've named like everything gaze in this game. So the eyes gaze is actually stare. The Pyreless gaze is actually squint. I don't know if we've actually seen a real gaze yet. Might have been early on. Oh, the Vorpal Sword is way worse than mediocre. That thing is the worst. Looks like a new worm going across there. Go ahead and do our blue D for the first time. I will point out this dragon, a very lovely shade of blue. Our fighter, very impatient. completely fine. Alright, so another monster on our list checked off. Never seen me use the cat claw. There is a time that we did get the cat claw. And there was much regret. And that was the day we learned that cat claws really are very, very bad. Gurnaga before it runs away. It's our first time with Gurnaga and our first time with air. So 2 new monsters here in this fight. But yes, there was a time doing a solo Black Mage playthrough that I did get a cat claw and tested it out and discovered that it performed worse than our bare hands. And that was the last time the cat claw was ever acquired. Here's our Bane sword. Here's our pal the Eye. Back for more. I think he likes it. These are just bad men. We've already got plenty of those. Evil Man would be with nightmares. There they are. And since Evil Man does know how to cast Nuke, he is kind of a priority to take out. See, there is okay. No, it's heal helmet number 2 up here. Go ahead and grab that. Yeah, it should be heal helmet here, ribbon on the next floor, white shirt on the next floor, black shirt on the next floor, adamant on the next floor, and then the floor after that is where we get our Pro Cape number 1, with Pro Cape number 2 being in Temple of Fates. Ooh, yeah, slime time. I wasn't even thinking about getting these guys here. But I am taking it. This is the maximum size slime fight, so we're getting 3 Agamas. That's a really good find. We got very fast slime and very fast ooze, both of which are normally quite tough monsters to locate. Where's the hat? I know it's around here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, extra pro ring if we want one. Well, I want the cash, so I'll take it. Like this version of Sky Castle, if it didn't have this many encounters, I think it'd be a really good one. Like, it's got great music compared to the original. The original's goofy song is just like out of place. I like the design, like the backgrounds, like it's really nicely styled for it. But the encounter rate is very high. Although one thing you're giving up, technically this is only a sky castle, whereas the first one's a space castle. So it's not quite the same view. Missing in here. I think technically mana cores are going to even count, but mana cores are going to count back in like the Cardia region. But we're getting them regardless. Look at how hardcore they are. So most MDS, you'll be able to dodge those needles with ease. All you need is a nice, fancy ribbon. Oh yeah, the poison dart attack is really good in this version because it doesn't have to individually animate on each of your characters, so it's way faster than Stinger. Just does everybody at once. I very much approve of it. Manicore is not as hardcore. That is, well, probably true. I've got to admit they have gone down in quality over the years. The guy's kind of gone down in quality too. Like, he's just not quite the right shape. Go, we're at number 3. But all these Kurnagas are worth it. If we weren't gonna fight Warmech, we'd be totally fine on levels. Warmech's the one thing I'm kind of worried about, and also maybe having to do a lot of grinding in Temple of Fiends for certain monsters. That will probably mean that we have to have more resources than normal to survive those fights. Go with the fire. Don't think it really matters which element that we pick here, as long as it does a lot of damage. Any forgatering yet? I mean, we have been pretty good for encounters so far. I know there's a couple that I have passed by and said I'm gonna get them later. I don't think we've got any gaps that are worrisome. I'll have a much better idea of whether we are in some way deficient once we kind of clean up those last bits. Why is this pretty different from the vanilla speedrun? Well, in this version of the game, because the bugs have been fixed, you've got power gloves and tempers, and that means you want to have all your damage focused on one person. So you use a fighter, which we can stack everything with, and you want to have people that can use buffs a lot. And that's why we've got the red mages here. We got Dan for moral support. Because you just want to be part of the team. For these speedruns, I'd probably recommend Fighter and 3 red mages. It's a little bit of a better fit. You don't really need the white mage other than on GBA. And the reason white mage is good on GBA is that you can get the heal 3 spell really early, and that's the big thing for Chaos, which is not as critical for this version. We've been muted! Well, viewer 383 has been muted. The rest of the team's fine. Pick up our adamant here. I'm gonna make the Excalibur before we do the Warmac fights. Guess we don't really need to pick up the Pro Cape. That's gonna not be going anywhere. So we can grab that on the trip to the top. Probably by the time that we have done all of this, I'll have so much money that spells are going to be not a problem anymore. So to go get the rest of our 7th tier spell selection. Ace 3, Cure 4. Probably want the Life 2 still for Dan. Saves a lot of healing if you can use Life 2 instead of Life 1. So there we go, Adamant obtained. And this trip is done. Thorhammer up there, put the black shirt down there. Bane sword up there. Got a heal helmet. There's your potions. Probably need some more houses at some point. All this can be sold. Nice 3. You're getting nice 3. You're getting Cure 4. Don't think I want any of these 2 spells here. Should be Life 2 at Lufania. Paying for a moment at getting the Opal Shield sold, but I should have another Opal Shield. Yeah. It's like I didn't get the Aegis Shield, but that's still okay. Wait, that's the wall spell. Just realized I got the red mage's A-rub and not wall. Oh well. There's your wall. Wasn't even thinking about what was in that 7th tier slot. Well, that means I can get rid of this. I mean, I guess it's still useful in some of those boss fights. So I don't have to worry about the crack spell. Let's get a couple of those. All right. We can forge our hedgehog, and then we can go find our Warbeck. And good news, it is not the TNT. This dwarf actually working hard today. We got the Excalibur. Yeah, I actually give you the defense sword. I don't think we need a single target defense, especially when we got the white shirt to be used. So that's probably okay. On the Indians version, you just wouldn't equip the defense sword and leave the red mages a little bit less attack power. Looks like I think we're probably fine with it. All right, let's go and see if we can find a Warbeck in 40 battles. Again, the first trip across the bridge is free. Those will not count. But after we kill Tiamat, that's when our 40 starts. One is done. Another crack at the worms going across here. Is this the best place for worms? Or is outside about as good? I feel like outside's probably about as good. I really need to get back into the habit of doing the memo saves. I haven't been doing them because we have been wanting to actually get the encounters. There's a decent stretch here of pretty bad fights. So when they are skippable, we want to do so. Like, we can run from most things. The ambushes just take a while. Ooh, this I'll take. Another 2.5 Agamas there. See if I get the items to get them to slide over the top. It is nice how much faster this place is when you're not grabbing the stuff. Almost tempting. That is an Agama in like 2/3. But I think we're good for experience for the most part. We'll get a fair bit more in Temple of Fiends. We have to kill purple worms and Gasties. And that's kind of unavoidable just to get the encounters done. So I could see us being probably like level 24, 25 at the end. Alright, so maybe we don't get any value from Dan's life too anyway. I don't have to bother picking it up. Aggie again, impatient. Wait for either of the two makers. We get a one shot. There we go. Blue D is done. Come on, worm. It's not the worm. Alright, let's see what this Bestiary looks like. 85% right now. Sphinx. Pretty sure that's worm. Something between Blue D and air. So these are pretty much anything in the Sky Castle, I would bet. I mean, I know we have not seen Fighter, we have not seen Whizvamp. Obviously, I haven't seen Warmex. That's at least 3 of them. I've seen plenty of very bad men. I feel like there's not that many new things in Temple of Fiends, though. So there's probably more stuff in Sky Castle I need to find. But it should start on the next floor. Almost at the top here. Now that we got new things, Mancats and Medusas, we've had both of those. So they're not going to be it. Almost to our Pro Cape. First time with a Sentry. Alright. So you were definitely new. Pro Cape on most niftiest. In the front, you're a little bit more likely to be targeted. First time with a Rock Gall. Alright. Feeling a little bit better about those spaces now. It's like, alright, these make sense for things that we would not have found up until this point. So I know we've got Whizvamp and Fighter. And of course, Warmech. What are we gonna find first? This will be our best place for Whizvamp. Probably Fighter on the next floor. Could also do Whizvamp in Temple of Fiends. A couple of Whizvamp formations. Alright, we got some nachos. Been a long time since our last nacho platter. I'm starting to get a little hungry. Alright, let's get the Fighter done. Well, let's get the Whizvamp done. Fighter, been doing upstairs. Fighter should be the 3 and 64 to Warmech's 1 and 64. At least on this version. They're flipped on the NES version. Presumably so that the take a picture with Warmech contest would be easier for somebody to do. Which has ruined generations of speedruns. Game would be so much easier to get through if Warmech is a 1 in 64 instead of the Group 7 encounter. Hey, Rye Guy, welcome in with the hosts. We're currently doing a 100% all Bestiary run of Final Fantasy here on the PlayStation version. Getting close to the last couple of tough ones. About to work on the Warmech grind as soon as I can find a Whizvamp on this floor. So welcome in and hope you enjoy the show here. Also, I might be somewhat really picking up a little bit of experience. more. From this moment forth, I pledge to go just for our monsters. Whiz Vamp or bust. Whiz Vamp's also 3 and 64 here. I think they're more common than that. But probably less common than they are in Temple of Fiends at the top. See, there's the one at the top up on the Gas D floor, but we should find Gas Ds incredibly fast. And there's the Whiz Vamp on Tiamat's floor. So if we're hunting for Iron Golem, could probably get them there. I'm gonna give Whiz Vamp 3 tries here, but I can save them for later. Two tries left. All right, last try, Whiz Vamp. Yeah, I think they're like 1 and 6 in Temple of Fiends, or they could be right here. This works too. There's our Whiz Vamp. I think A-Fire actually does work in this version. That is not functioning on the NES version. At least when the monsters cast it. When you cast it, A-Fire does work. Alright. So now we're going to say that fighters should definitely happen before Warmech does. Well, maybe not definite. It's 3 and 64 versus 1 and 64. Remember, there is no counting of the encounters until we beat Tiamat. Then we will start our count to 40 to see whether or not the prediction comes true. Well, Warmech happened really fast. I guess 40 tries was not required. Wasn't necessarily Dan, it could have been anybody that messed up those Warmech counts. Oh, we're getting beeped real hard. So make sure that fighter stays alive though. And then we can have the world's most valuable suitcase full of Agamas. Sorry, most emptiest, you did not get to share in the suitcase. Maybe next time. That was a Wimpy Cure 3. That was a pretty big swing, though. Warmech going down. First try. Well, now I need to find a way to get a fighter. That has slightly disrupted my plans for picking up fighter without working. But don't worry, if you were baffled and bemused by how fast we found that Wormek, perhaps you will be interested in getting in on our third and final prediction. We find an iron golem. I guess 40 tries was too many. Let's go in the middle. 32 tries for the iron golem. And yeah, you probably have 20 minutes to go ahead and make your guesses. Like it. Team it. Taken out next. Oh, I think our luck's going pretty well, Tiamat. Power Glove, Temper, Haste, and of course, Dan with the Bane Sword. Let's see who does it first. Yeah, it's a pretty good team, Matt. I don't know why people were down on Kraken, but the other three fiends have gotten a really good reception in this version of the game. I think they're all lovely. I think the Dan with the Bane Sword is ineffective. Alright, Dan, you had your chance. Now we're gonna let Augie show you how it's done. Pretty good hit. But Dan comes out on top. I don't even know why I bother with this sometimes. Well, the Bane Sword worked after all. Good fight. Alright, clean up for monsters that we know are not in Temple of Fiends. Definitely need Sphinx. Definitely need Worm. Think Fighter we can do later. 89% Bestiary now. There's Sphinx. Pretty sure that's Worm. Still missing something in Sky Castle besides Fighter, because I got 3 blanks here. Guessing that's Fighter. Alright, Glacier Wolf, have a great night. Pleasant dreams to you. So who did we not get? Looks like they're both Sky Castle, because it's after Blue D. And then is there really that much left? I mean, I guess there's Chaos, the 4 Fiends, Phantom. And I think that's 3 squares after that, so Purple Worm, Ghastly. Oh, Ghastly's probably earlier, because that could have been Waterfall. Where would I have gotten that? Maybe they didn't put Ghastly in the Waterfall group. Can't be here. Yeah, can't be there. Would they have put Ghastly after Blue D because you could get to the Blue D without the cube? But then you need the cube to go to the Sky Castle? I don't know. Maybe they put Ghastly there for that reason. I'll cross my fingers. Definitely Fighter for one of those. What else are we missing on 4th floor? Can't think of anything else up there, so I'll have to do some consultation after we get our Temple of Fiends monsters done. But yeah, let's go. Get some potions. Maybe you don't even need that life 2 after all. We have 2 more levels where we can even cast it once. I probably want to be casting Wall on the Chaos Battle. Oh yeah, we beat Team Matt. Thank you for the reminder. Gonna say Sphinx at Gurgu? Gurmedusa. Ooh, that's a good one. Gurmedusa's in Temple of Fiends, so we can pick it up there. Gurmedusa fighter. That would make sense. You're not Sphinxes? I'll do it up here. It's kind of a rough spot to run around if you don't have a lot of room. There we go. Sphinx fight. Yeah, Temple Fiends is the only place for Purple Worm, Chimera, Iron Golem. So those 3 are guaranteed to not have been done yet. Double Sphinx! Well, just in case the first one didn't count. I'm gonna do a trip in to grab the Ghastly, probably the fighter, because that's on the same floor. Gurmedusa we can go on the way down to grab. And I should have a pretty good idea if we are correct or not at that point for our missing monsters. It is possible we finish under 7 hours. It's gonna be in need of a good Iron Golem, though. The rest of the Temple of Fiends, like maybe 12 to 15 minutes. Oh no, we broke the black orb. I guess we better go fix it. We have most of the monsters. I believe we got everything that you cannot get inside this dungeon. Already done, but I'm gonna check after doing the Ghastly and the Fighter, which are both at the top here, and I don't want to combine those with the regular trip. So there's our Purple Worm. Another one for luck. Next floor we can do the Chimera. Matoya's Cave's a really popular song. That's gotten put on a lot of like collections and times where they need to grab a Final Fantasy song. They'll use the Matoya's Cave for it. Go ahead and get the Chimera now. This floor's got the Fur Giant, it's got the Chimera, it's got the Slime, it's got the Zombie D. And you know what? I don't think we need anything besides the fights. Experience should be good. I know that we have to be in Temple of Fiends a little bit longer than normal. There we go. Chimera found. But it was new for the remaster. They've always had the Temple of Fiends theme be really good. This and the Sea Shrine, which sound very similar, are both excellent environmental pieces. Alright, slimes are good on. Otherwise that would have been a lucky encounter. Go ahead and get Gasty once. And we'll try for the fighter after this. Specific permission we want is a fighter mage combo. They seem to be decently common whenever I go through Temple of Fiends, so I'm expecting we can find them here. Let's do this lineup. We just run all the way down the hallway till we get a fight. If it's not the fighter, we'll reset. I want to say Gasty is the most common, Badman's second, and Fighter Mage is third for this floor. Don't think that they're like super rare or anything. There we go. Oh, you know what? We never went back for the worm. Need to do that. Okay. Got one thing on my to-do list outside of here. Guess hunt for worm in the desert? I remember if Wyvern Worm can be found out in that desert area. We have to go inside. No, they're not in the Peninsula Power Zone, or... yeah, I don't think they're in the Peninsula Power one. Okay, I think we have to go into Mirage Tower and get Wyvern Worm there. Other than that, let's see how we are doing for our Bestiary. 92% now. That should be Worm. belief is that is Gurmedusa. Something else besides Chimera and Purple Worm that's in this group. I mean, we got Cast, Four Fiends, Phantom. That's gotta be where Iron Golem's going? Why did they put it before Purple Worm? Doesn't make sense. Alright. I think Worm's common at Cardia. We didn't see any out there. Let me try and find out what their appearance is like. I guess there is the worm by itself in the Cardia one. Yeah, I don't know whether that's better than the other one. The worm at Cardia is by itself. I think it's like 1 to 3? It's not a full pack. And then the one in Mirage. I guess because you have to go to the top of Mirage. Cardia is probably better for that reason. And this should count as Cardia. Alright, looks like the right formations. Normally you'd never go here because you don't want to be on the wrong side of the peninsula, but for our purposes it should be fine. I think this is the on-rack group. It's got the Sorias in it. Let me see if I can find where these would be. I don't know, I'm thinking that we actually want to have the ones over here. If we're going to be looking for this group here. Maybe it is the on-rack side of it. Alright, scientists say, have a great night. Pleasant dreams to you. Yeah, I think this is actually the one we want. The one with the Ankelo in it. I believe the one to the east in the real Cardia region is the one that has the Wyvern, but not the worm in it. Yeah, Cerebus Wizogre. Should have the Saber-D Tiger. So we don't care about experience, don't need to worry about saving the battles. Probably need to be in a spot that's not in the mountains. There we go, room acquired. I have remembered the correct spot. Now our theory is Germadusa, 4 Fiends, Phantom Chaos, and the Iron Golem. Pick up a couple of night slots so we have some more healing. I probably don't need to do this because we've got the save anywhere, so we're not dealing with the regular encounters going through Temple of Fiends. That drains like a lot of your health. Still gonna have to deal with Lich and, of course, his Fiend pals. That's usually a little bit more manageable in terms of the expenditures per fight. Alright, maybe our final overworld save. He's nearing 93% now. That's Germadusa. That should be Iron Golem. Phantom 4 Fiends Chaos. Let's go. Kind of surprised we didn't get Germadusa and Sky Castle. We were there for a while. Hey, thanks for the good wishes, Aki Crow. Hopefully you will do well. I think at these levels, shouldn't be much of a problem. It's like with the Iron Golem, that's very close to level 25 at that point. So do I want to smuggle the mages past Lich? Probably don't need to bother. I think we just eat the nuke. Got at least one mage that goes over 400 health, so we're guaranteed to have somebody survive to revive the rest. Just turn this corner. Be into our home stretch of the top floor. Should we got Phantom? I think we can kill him fast enough, not worry. It's got a couple of instant death spells that are kind of annoying, but it only works most likely on a person that does not have the ribbon. Who's in slot 3, so unlikely to be targeted. There we go, Phantom's down. Check that split off. 94% Bestiary. Well, they put Phantom before Purple Worm. Weird. Chimera first, then Phantom, then Purple Worm. Alright, so that spot goes to Iron Golem then? I mean, we're clearly good that things are after this point in the game for where the Bestiary claims that they are looking for him. Let's play that loot. Down we go. We're on the backside now. Gonna have to be a very fast Iron Golem to stay under 7 hours. Still not impossible. Back down to first floor. But get off this floor, at least there's fewer unrunables. Although usually on first floor you get like Frosties who are super fast. So they're not necessarily easy to get away from. Here we go. Almost to Lich's floor. We go pick up our Medusa fight there. Trying to push these around as long as I can in between the saves. If you go too long, you really get bitten by it. Oh, nice. Got away from the Frosties. To the elemental floors. So here we do want to get a Medusa fight before we go on. be a little bit more aggressive about the walks. Probably like 7 or 8 battles to get a Grim Medusa. There we go. Maybe faster. Guess they are pretty common. You got the Earth Elemental, you got the Soria here. Guess Grim Medusa is more popular than the Soria. Yeah, this one's probably like a 1 in 4. Alright, let's check our Bestiary. Are we done other than End of Temple? 95%. We have 6 monsters to go. Lich 2. Carry 2. Kraken 2. Iron Golem. Tiamat 2, and Chaos. That Mud Golem Rock Golem fight is like more popular than Soria. Soria's down at number 4. Sorry, Soria. "3 minutes, 30 minutes, or 3 hours. Hopefully it is as fast or faster than the Warmech one. That'll really help our time. I would say so far we've gotten kind of lucky. Obviously, Warmech was impossibly good. T-Rex is probably decent. That was like 40-some tries for a 1 in 64. So you're not too far off. And Iron Golem, the last 1 in 64. We'll see how they do. Should have a slightly higher encounter rate than the Desert. So that's a combination of factors of how many tries and also how long for each try to take. So they do a little bit better there. Alright, time to feel the nukes. Let's go first of the 4 Fiend refights. It is Lich time. Actually, I'm going to do the Giant's Glove. Did not nuke on round 1. That's unusual. I think he's got a 75% chance of spell casting. So he loves to toss those nukes out. There it goes. Ooh, those are some big nukes. 2 very high rolls. He's got a little bit of time before he gets around to a second nuke, so we should be good here. There we go. Lich 2 is done. But at what cost? Most of my potions is what cost. Did avoid the death saves, so I don't have to spend slots on the revivals. Half potions gone. On to Carrie's floor. Here I can pick up the second Pro-K for a little bit more defense on my red mages. Does make me feel a little bit better for Kraken too, when you can drop his damage by 8 and then multiply by 8 attacks, so 64 reduction. Oh, the Agamas struck first. Betrayal by the Agamas. It is bitter indeed. It is true that Agamas are closely related to spoons. So in that regard, that is a technically accurate statement. Nice, no Agamas getting us that time. Let's go ahead, cape up. And get ready for Fiend Refight number 2. We are nearly to the carry battle. And you better believe we are getting carried away here. Power Glove. Yeah, go ahead and do the fast. It's worth doing a temper. I'm gonna say 1 temper worth it. Got a slightly annoying possibility of instant death. Fortunately, only slight. Really wish this version would play the themes a second time. GBA, they gave the themes their distinctive music, both the regular fights and refights. So there's the regular battle theme. And they're such good songs. Carries down. Your potion count's also pretty down. But I still have a lot of spell charges to go through, so I'm not super worried yet. They want the themes in the NES version. I don't know when the themes were written. Whether they were written back then, or whether they were not done until the later remakes. I do not know what the lore of the songs is. I just know that they are really good ones. Sea Shrine, pile of pain. You will not pain us today. That is Kraken's job. Chaos theme is really good. We've got that in the intermission list. You've all probably heard that every now and then. All right, here we go. It is time to get Kraken. But you'll temper this time. You're gonna haste. You're going to white shirt your brains out. And hope Dan can keep us safe. If obviously to have interesting music, but it had more music than FF1. I don't think the composition was as good for that one. And then 3 had some really good music. I would like to say that we are in safe position right now. Enough white shirts up to hold off a charging octopus. And bring down our 3rd of the 4 fiends. Does he have the cape? Basically, all the designs are the same, Mr. Spokes. It's just that you can't necessarily make out the details as well in the NES version. But once you kind of see them side by side, you get like all the little hints about, you know, small bits that you didn't realize were even there. It's very nice to go back and compare them. We found an iron golem. That is what this floor is about. 97% bestiary. We have iron golem, which is going to be this floor, Tiamat, and chaos. Iron golem is a 1 in 64. I will give you freebies up until the Masmune, and then you get 40 tries to find an iron golem. No, 32 tries. We dropped the number. It was not first try. These are the freebies though, so it could still be first try. I guess we can run away from. We could try to run away from them. These are not iron golems, but close. And that is the Masmune. Quit putting the healing helmet on. Alright, I think I want to use your warp spell. Like, he really does not like this ribbon. This all looks good. Alright, 32 tries for the prediction. One day. Two. Three. Four. I think definitely a way to optimize is going to be to leave monsters for later if you want to try this. 5. I feel like some of the ones that we hunted for a bit can get found much easier here. 6. Seven. 8. 9. 10. Hey, Yagamoth. Hope you're having a great day here. 11. Thank you for the good wishes. This is a 1 in 64 encounter. 12. So we're hoping to get it before too long. 13. 14. 15. 16. The halfway mark was not an auspicious fight. So first time we saw sorcerers though. 17. 18. 19. Wrong golems again. 20. 'I don't think Melmot is a town now, Mr. Spokes. They officially qualify as an unincorporated disaster zone. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 30. $31. And for your prediction, this is your last try for the Iron Golem. 32. Did not find it. 32 tries, not enough. How many will it take? 33. 34. 35. 36. Took more than this to get the T-Rex. So still not the worst of our three big monsters. 37. 38. 39. 40. I'm excited every time I see the golems, and then I get disappointed every time it's the rock golems. 41. 42. 43. 44. I'm arguing that Lich just might have been jealous about Melmond. Possibility. 45? I could maybe see that being a thing. 46. 47. 48. 49. 49. I would be satisfied with 64 simply, Jeff. I just don't want it to be like 100. $50. $51. $52. Odds of the Iron Golem are 1 in 64. $53. Well, it's definitely been more than 10 minutes, because we finished the previous floor up at 7 hours on almost on the dot. 54? And it definitely didn't take us 10 minutes to do Kraken and then to pick up the Masbune. 10 more minutes. I'd love to be under 7:30 here. And I need some time for Chaos and Tiamat too. Getting concerningly close to 60. Try using quiet to stealthily sneak up on these iron golems when they least suspect it. And then we will strike. Well, I think we can all agree that Iron Golem is, in fact, the hardest monster to find in Final Fantasy. And Warwick evidently is the easiest. Iron Golems have Zap now. They're the ones that use Toxic. So if you're wondering where that comes from in the randomizer, it has an all-party poison-based instant death ability. But you got the Pro Ring, then you don't have to care. I guess it's not technically poison-based, even though it looks poisonish. It's technically death-based instant death. One of the rare things that actually uses the death element, along with Rub, Squint, and XXXX. Alright, the sub 7:30 finish starting to get dicey here. Kind of tempted to just kill Tiamat so we can go to the other side of the floor. Walk on that hallway for a bit. Maybe they're just not over on this side. Because they're all having a party. With cake. Over on the other side. That could be it. The reason that we are not finding iron golems is because we do not have cake. At least I am very confident there are no other monsters that we have to worry about. So if we do cross to the opposite side of Tiamat, we are still good to go. 10 more tries here, and then I will do the other side. This side might be cursed. Incidental elements are poison, time, death, and also earth. That's what the crack spell uses. And quake. Golems, why can't you bring your friends? He brought his fists. Guess they were friendly fists. That may count. Alright, one more of them doing Tiamat. Iron Golem or not. Alright, Tiamat, I'm giving you a try. You've got to be better than this. Alright, viewer, don't get banged! Viewer got banged. Well, it turns out Tiamat could be worse than that. but only slightly. I think we got the early temper off, so 2 tempers, a saber, a fast, and now it's a Masmune. So we're still hitting pretty hard. Alright, some of us are hitting hard. Other team members may not be contributing their full share. There we go. Now Dan's working in. Now Tiamat is done. Well, there are 2 monsters left to go in this game. Broodbane, I do feel it was somewhat uncalled for. Alright, I think that, could go ahead and give viewer the ribbon here. And we're gonna give Iron Golems a second chance. First try on the right-hand side. I knew they were over here. But nobody believed me. We've killed an Iron Golem, only Chaos remains. Let us confirm our Bestiary status. 99% completion rate. 1 slot to go. On to the final floor, the final battle. It's got some heal potions, or cures left over. There we go. Should be enough cure ones to do it. Let's go, Garland. I think we want to burn most niftiest valuable spells early, since that's the person that does not have the ribbon on right now. Maybe we can keep going with the tempers. Maybe we can keep going with the sabers. Use your Cure 3. Three not doing a super good roll there. Alright, so triple sabered, triple tempered, fast at Mazmune here. I think that'll be doing some pretty good damage. That's better, Cure 3. Are we gonna stop the tempers? No. No, we are not. More tempers! Try to keep most of the team above 400 health. Especially the people that we want to keep alive. Alright, Augie, how you doing on these swings? Let's see, skill number 1 here. $16.65, that seems pretty good. And it seems like in 7 hours, 36 minutes, and 40 seconds, we have killed everything in Final Fantasy.